Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Thousand Oaks City Council and Redevelopment Agency for Tuesday, September 28th, 2010. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Bill De La Pena is absent at this time. Councilmember Irwin?
Here.
Councilmember Glancy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fox?
Here.
Mayor Gillette?
Here. Thank you. Note tonight for the people viewing this at home, tonight's broadcast may look a little bit different to you. The Thousand Oaks TV crew is in the process of replacing the 16-year-old camera equipment and wiring. We expect the broadcast to be significantly enhanced once the project is complete in late October. Thank you for tuning in, and bear with us during this construction, and if you see some anomalies, it may not be your set, it may be the system, so please be aware of that. And also for anyone addressing the council this evening, because of new equipment and new positioning and what have you, we ask that you remain as close to the microphone at the podium as you possibly can, so that the viewing audience, first of all, for clarity, so that we can hear you as well as we possibly can, and that the viewing audience can see you. Item 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. We have one, item 7I, Hill Canyon Treatment Plant Service Agreement is being pulled from the agenda to a later time. Item 5, special presentations and announcements. This begins the special presentation portion of tonight's meeting. Please give me a moment, and I'll move to the podium and introduce our guests for this evening.
Got it. Sorry.
You got it? Okay, could I ask Dwayne Benson to please join me? Dwayne, come on down. Serious mental illness disorders affect 1 in every 4 people annually. These disorders are responsible for devastating the lives of not only those affected, but also the lives of their family members. Tonight we're proclaiming October 3rd or October 9th as Mental Illness Awareness Week. And I'd like to introduce Dwayne Benson, President of the National Alliance of Mental Illness for Ventura County. Tell us about the importance of addressing these conditions and what can be done to improve the lives of those affected. Dwayne, good evening, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mayor Gillette, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come and speak tonight. My name is Dwayne Benson. I'm the president of NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness. I am a NAMI advocate because I have a son who has a diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. He lives in Ventura. I have been a teacher of family-to-family classes for NAMI for about 5 years. I teach the provider education classes. I do a lot of training for just about every police department in the county. In 1990, Congress proclaimed the first week of October to be designated as Mental Illness Awareness Week. They did that in recognition of NAMI's efforts to raise mental illness awareness. The Thursday during Mental Illness Awareness Week is earmarked as Bipolar Disorder Awareness Day. And this year, Mental Illness Awareness Week, as Mayor Gillette said, is October 3rd to the 9th. National Institute of Mental Health states that an estimated 26% of Americans ages 18 and older, that's 1 in 4, suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder in any given year. That's over 80 million Americans. Mental illness does not discriminate between men and women, adults and children, Republicans or Democrats, races or religions. It can strike anyone at any time. 3 million Americans live with schizophrenia, twice the number of those with HIV/AIDS. 1 in 5 veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, almost 300,000 former servicemen and women, will experience major depression or post-traumatic stress disorder. Unfortunately, 2/3 of the people who live with mental illness do not receive treatment. You see them living under bridges and along in the parks. Treatment works. Recovery is possible. Mental health is part of health care, and it's essential that it be included in the nation's health care reform debates. NAMI Ventura County offers support. We give classes, we have education, and advocacy to families affected by mental illness. We do all of this at no charge to those we help. Our warm line phone, a little word from our sponsor, 805-641-2426, is answered during regular business hours, and of course we have a website. It's namiventura.org. We really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, the City of Thousand Oaks and the Council, and want to thank you for allowing us to raise community awareness of this terrible disease. Thank you. Very good.
Mr. Benson, thank you very, very much. At this time, I'd like to present you with a proclamation in honor of Mental Illness Awareness Week. Serious mental illness such as major depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia affect 1 in every 4 people annually. Grave mental illness are more common than cancer, diabetes, and heart disease, and are the #1 reason for hospital admissions nationwide. And serious mental illness have been significantly proven to be highly treatable brain diseases. Scientific research is producing tremendous breakthroughs in the understanding of mental illness, resulting in more effective treatments that allow people to reclaim full and productive lives. And misunderstanding exists about many mental illness as a result. Our social culture often wrongly imposes a stigma on them. Now, therefore, I, Dennis Gillette, Mayor of the City of Thousand Oaks, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 3rd through October 9th, 2010, Mental Illness Awareness Week, in an effort to increase public awareness of mental illness and encourage our residents to support those individuals living with mental illness. This is for you. Thank you for all of your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you want to, let's... Thank you very much. At this time, we'll continue with the agenda. Item 6, public comments. Would the clerk please announce public comments?
This is the time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. All speakers for public hearings shall be called and heard during the public hearing. Pursuant to council standards of operation, the mayor may assist any speaker from straying into areas not within the city's jurisdiction. All remarks should be addressed to the City Council as a whole. Under state law, issues discussed under public comments can have no action unless listed on the agenda and may be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda. All documents for the city council and the official city records should be presented to the city clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 9 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mrs. Lawrence. Our first speaker this evening, Mr. Frank Acree. Mr. Acree? Mr. Acree will be followed by our Fire Chief, Rod Megley. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you this evening?
Just fine, thank you.
I'm happy to be here. I'm Frank Acree. I live in Thousand Oaks. I've lived here my whole life. Councilman Glancy, Irwin, Mayor Gillette, Councilman Fox, and Bill De La Pena, Scott Mednick, Amy. It's a pleasure to be here. On behalf of Conejo Valley Days, I'm here to tell you that we had a big success this year. And Councilman Fox, I saw your kids out there just going like crazy, having a great time, supporting the nonprofits. And we are financially solvent, probably for the first time in a while. We'll be asking no one for money. We have so many people to thank. I know I only have 3 minutes. But first of all, our dates are going to be May 4th through May 8th. We're talking about a couple of new events. We're looking at bringing back the rodeo. We're about this close to getting that to work. We've completely changed our business model, which helped a lot. No longer do nonprofits and service clubs in town pay percentages to Conejo Valley Days. Now it's a flat fee for your booth. Make as much money as you want. God bless you. And off they go. All of the clubs that participated in Conejo Valley Days this year made money. They all went away happy. And without Conejo Valley Days, we don't have Boy Scouts. We don't have the help that Manna needs, the help that the House of Many Mansions needs. We brought in 4 new service groups this year. Newbury Park Rotary is in. We've continued our alliance with the Thousand Oaks Rotary, which is, as far as I'm concerned, is the staple of Thousand Oaks. The chili cook-off is brilliant. It really has energized Conejo Valley Days again. Conejo Valley Days kind of went away, and then TO Rotary kept the path going, and we were able to kind of jump back on the bandwagon and rebuild. I want to thank the police department. What they did, I got to get to the table with Officer Billy Hutton, and Billy Hutton is amazing, and showed them what our challenges were. And the police department voluntarily cut their bill in half and gave us an actual bottom and top line. And they worked with us hand in hand, and their money, because of their effort, is exactly the amount of money, the seed money, that we needed to continue on this year. Without their participation and openness to look at our challenges, we don't continue. Jim Friedel, the CRPD, Joe Gibson, Mark Jacobson, Susan Holt, Johnny Short, George Lang, their fabulous assistant Shirley. They worked with us from beginning to end to make it work. So to make it short, Conejo Valley Days is back. It's solid. It's solvent. And we look forward to working with the city to help support the community from the bottom up, to help those service groups and just to be successful. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acree. At this
I'm sorry.
No, I didn't have, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I just thanked you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank. Okay. Mr. Acree, the city manager was just reminding me that as information develops for Conejo Valley Days, we'll put that on the city's website. We use that as a platform for advertising and keeping the community up to speed on what's evolving. Okay. Ventura County Fire Protection District and Thousand Oaks Fire Chief, Rod Megley. Rod, good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. If TOTV could put the overhead on the monitors, that would probably be helpful. What I have there is a map of the incident, and I've also passed one out to each of you. We've had an excellent fire season in that we've had very little activity, particularly here in the Thousand Oaks area this year, until yesterday afternoon. At 2:12 p.m., we received a report through the California Highway Patrol of a small grass fire on the 101 freeway near Hampshire. The temperature at the time was 104 degrees Fahrenheit. The relative humidity was 11%, and we had a gentle southwest breeze, which was fortunate. That actually helped us fight the fire. The fire grew to a total of 51 acres. We've mapped that out with GPS so we can give you a great total here. We had 170 personnel on that fire that included 3 helicopters, 2 from Ventura County, 1 from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, 4 hand crews. 1 of those was Ventura County, and 3 were from the from Cal Fire, Ventura Camp down there in Camarillo. We had 14 fire engines, 2 water tenders, 2 dozers, 1 paramedic squad, 3 logistics vehicles that provide the rehabilitation products we need to keep our personnel working in that kind of heat. They carry electrolyte replacement drinks and things like that so our folks can continue to work. We had 1 jet tender, which is a fuel tender for supplying helicopters with jet fuel. We had 3 safety officers, 2 fire investigators, and 8 chief officers. I note that we did not have any fixed wing on the incident. We determined that there was no need for them. The fire, as I said, was backing. It was backing against the wind, which slowed down its progression and allowed crews to get a handle on it. We used dozers out there, and we were concerned about the archaeological sites that might be disturbed. Before we got started with those, we did consult with Costco Ranger Glenn Kenny, who gave us advice on areas to avoid, and we were able to do that, so no sites were disturbed. The point of origin of this fire was right down next to the freeway. The cause will never be known. At the point of origin, there was an assortment of hardware that came off of the vehicles. We don't know what was the last part to fall off, such things as lug nuts to exhaust parts. It could have been something as simple as a microscopic piece of ceramic catalytic converter that came out of somebody's tailpipe at 2,000 degrees, which we would never be able to find. So as of 1800 today, the fire is fully contained and it's fully controlled. Now, both of those are technical terms. Contained means that there is a control line that's been constructed all the way around the side of the fire. And controlled means that we're satisfied the fire is completely out, to the point that tomorrow we'll probably not have any resources on it. We did work on it all last night, and into today we still had a number of crews and fire engines and water tenders working on it to make sure that it was out. So with that, I'll entertain any questions you might have of me.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any questions to Chief Megman? Mr. Mitnick?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, since it was right across the freeway from City Hall, we were intimately involved in monitoring it, and I just want to compliment Rod, the entire Ventura County Fire Department, the LA County Fire Department for their assistance, the Costco Rangers, MRCA, did I get that right? MRCA, correct. And CDF and a variety of other agencies. What we saw fold out yesterday in front of us was a tremendous interagency cooperation, and I had the good fortune to be with the County Fire Chief, Bob Roper, for about an hour driving around and actually watching firsthand. The fire did come all the way up to the fire break, so for those businesses who complain about having to do weed abatement and all that, this is why we do it. And we had a city water tank off, the Willow Lane water tank, where the fire came right up to the gate in front of it. So all the prevention efforts that you encourage us to do, it paid off. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We owe the community our debt of gratitude for getting out there and participating in our fire hazard reduction program. We have to do very little enforcement work with that because folks get out there and clear the hazardous vegetation from their property, and that worked very well yesterday. And Mr. Micknick, you're correct in that the National Park Service and MRCA both had single increment units out there assisting. Thank you.
Chief, just an additional piece of information. You mentioned that the air resources, the assets that you had were sufficient, the helicopters.
Correct.
And it wasn't necessary to call in fixed wing. I would share with you that I managed to keep on the agenda of both the National League of Cities and the League of California Cities Public Safety Committees the presence in our community of 12 C-130J military that are equipped to handle wildland fires, and yet because of Posse Comitatus and some other reasons, we can't seem to get them off the ground. We're one location across the country. Continue to work on that, because it just seems it seems almost criminal on occasion when a fire starts like this. If we could throw that kind of massive response at it and knock it down fast, it would certainly help you guys, and it's a resource we're going to keep working on.
Yeah, absolutely, and we appreciate your efforts on our behalf.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Blake, followed by Rick Lemmel. Good evening, Mr. Blake.
Hello. I'm David Blake. I'm the instrumental music teacher at Los Cerritos Middle School. I teach the band and the jazz band. And thank you to the City Council and the City of Thousand Oaks for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here to announce that the Los Cerritos Middle School Jazz Band has been invited to perform at the Midwest Clinic, an international band and orchestra conference held annually in Chicago, Illinois. The Los Cerritos Jazz Band's performance will be on December 15th at 1 p.m. at McCormick Center West, one of the largest conference centers in the U.S. The band also has the honor of being the first middle school music group of any kind from California to perform at Midwest Clinic in the 63-year history of the conference. To be invited to give a performance at Midwest Clinic is the highest honor that a school instrumental music group can achieve. Not only is the Los Cerritos Jazz Band being highlighted as one of the finest middle school ensembles in the country, the entire instrumental music program and school are being highlighted as well. This not only brings a great sense of pride, accomplishment, and notoriety to Los Cerritos Middle School, it also highlights Thousand Oaks and the Conejo Valley Unified School District as one of the outstanding communities in the U.S. in regards to musical culture and education. Among the 38 performing groups, only 22 school ensembles from the U.S. and one from Japan were invited to perform this year. Out of those 23 total ensembles, only 2 are middle school jazz bands, and we are one of them. As well as being here to brag a bit, we're also here to ask for donations and corporate sponsorship to help fly 26 middle school students and 18 or so adults to Chicago for the trip of a lifetime. Any connections you can help us make with people and businesses in the Thousand Oaks community would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blake. Deeply appreciated. It's a great asset for the community. Next speaker, Mr. Rick Lemmel, followed by Dr. Richard Elsley.
Good evening, Mayor.
Mr. Lemmel.
Good evening, and council members and city staff. First and foremost, before I begin my comments, I'd like you to take a look at a pamphlet that was passed out to you. Even though I'm here speaking only on my own behalf tonight, I'd like you to see one of the first pieces of information put out on the boulevard, not only to make people aware of what's available on our boulevard today and what's available in the future, but also to make it easier for them to contact us and get the facts regarding what's really happening on the boulevard. And that's what I'm so excited to speak to you about tonight. I am going to make a request of City Council and our city manager that is the easiest request I've made in over 22 years of living here. And I can't imagine anyone would be against this. But while I want to congratulate Council Members Glancy and Irwin for a wonderful campaign they ran, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Fox, Mayor Gillette, and Council Member Bill de la Pena to step forward to do the same thing. Unfortunately, whether I go to a grocery store or whether I get emails that are not meant for me, I am absolutely ashamed of what's happening in our city. As I'm sure you know, and you probably have explained to your children, There is a difference between a mistake and a lie. A mistake is something that you do not knowing the right way to do it, and you'll learn it better and correct it. A lie is simply knowing the facts and deciding to tell someone something else. I have received information this week from certain campaigns, most specifically Ms. Belda La Pena and Mr. Al Adams, and I have actually heard them myself tell people that the city is in similar trouble as compared to Bell. That's not true, and we know it's not true. I've heard these folks, campaigners and folks at their tables, say that Mr. Caruso is running the city of Thousand Oaks. If that were the case, we never would have built the lakes at 150,000 square feet, less than what the city agreed to do. So here's what I'm asking to make it really simple. Mr. Mitnick, if you could please put together a page of facts in regards to payroll, in regards to the payroll cuts that our city staff has taken voluntarily, in regards to the necessary travel that most of our council members do on behalf of helping the city move forward, in behalf to the in regards to the deal that took place next door that Mr. Masri had asked us for, and we helped him and worked with him. Put together these facts, and what I'm asking you three to do, especially Ms. Belda Pena and also Supervisor Parks' assistant Al Adams, what I'm asking you to do is to give an oath that you will follow and only perpetuate the facts. No more lies. You guys volunteer your time. You're way underpaid as far as I'm concerned, but you owe us one thing. You only owe us one thing, and that's the truth. I think it's time you start telling it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lemo. Dr. Richard Elsley, followed by Jean Borghi.
Mayor Gillette, members of the council, my name is Dr. Richard Elsley, a.k.a. Dr. Discovery. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and it is my pleasure to be here tonight to announce the 2010-2011 season of the Discovery Center's Science Speaker Series. There are more and more decisions that we have to make in our lives these days that involve some element of science. Choices we make in the grocery store, products we bring into our home, what kind of energy we use, decisions we make in the ballot box. It's a good idea for us to have some understanding of that science. The purpose of the Discovery Center's Science Speaker Series is to bring in scientists who are doing cutting-edge work and who, most importantly, can describe it in a way that's easy for anyone to understand and fun. So we have 5 lectures starting now through this coming April. First one is in a week and 2 days, The Aging Human Brain by Dr. Lisa Hayden. If anyone here has an aging human brain, you might want to come and hear that lecture. In November, The Science Behind Crime Scene Investigation, CSI. This is a very dynamic teacher who runs a CSI program at her school, and there will be actual crime scene experiments done by her, maybe even by us, during that lecture. In February, The Dark Side of the Universe. 95% of what's out there in the universe we can't see and we don't know what it is. So scientists call it dark matter. And to make matters worse, there's also something called dark energy. So we're going to hear a lecture explaining what is known about those phenomena. In March, What Whales Tell Us About Our Oceans. A researcher who works with humpback whales who are coming back. Their population is doing well. And what we have done to make that happen. And finally, in April, Mathemagical Moments. This is the founder of the Museum of Mathematics in New York, and he's going to talk about some of the, I know this may be hard to believe, fun aspects of mathematics. And it's a taste of what will be at the Discovery Center's hands-on exhibit that will be here for 3 months during the summer that has stuff like a tricycle with square wheels, which you think would be hard to ride. But if the road surface you're riding on is just the right mathematical shape, you glide effortlessly down the road on that tricycle. So, I encourage everyone, these are all on Thursday evenings, 7:30 to 9 at Baxter Biosciences, right off Lakeview Canyon. More information at sciencespeakerseries.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elsley. Jean Borghi, followed by Francis Kurowski. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette and council members and listening audience. My name is Gene Borghi. I live in Newbury Park, and I'm a member of the Council on Aging. The word aging is a tough word. We tried to change that, but we couldn't come up with anything special, and Council on Denial didn't get accepted. We've been working, as most of you know, over the last several years on the Senior Adult Master Plan, recognizing that the senior population is going to grow about double over the next, I think, 10 to 15 years. The council approved our Senior Adult Master Plan in October of 2009, and immediately it was apparent that we needed to develop the implementation plans that would bring to fruition the recommendations of the Senior Adult Master Plan. And we have done just that. There are, I think you know, areas of concern. There are 6 of them. We now have 6 committees that have been working for this last year, and you received a report from us. And for your listening audience, the areas of concern are, I think, common to all of us: housing, transportation, health, volunteerism, recreation, and assistance for seniors. Now, the implementation, we could never have come even close to doing something about it with 9 members of the Council on Aging. We have had an enormous response from some really dedicated volunteers. I'm here tonight to thank them and encourage others that might want to participate in developing the strategies to implement our plans. We're going to have a recognition breakfast on October the 12th for any of our volunteers that are listening, and for others within our community. If you're interested in any of the needy areas that I mentioned, please call the Council on Aging. Tell us that you'd like to learn more about it, and we'd be happy to give you information. That number is 449-2743. Council on Aging, 449-2743. And on behalf of the Council on Aging and the senior community, I'd like to thank the City Council for your continuing and enthusiastic support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry, and I'll tell you what, just in case somebody was rushing to get a pen to write that down, why don't you give that phone number one more time?
Yes, that phone number is area code 805-449-2743.
2743. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Barry, just 1 minute, please. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Baer. Ms. Borghi, I want to thank you and all your colleagues for all the work and time you've put in for the betterment of our senior population. All of us. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so very much for your help.
Our next speaker, Francis Kowalski, followed by Rudy Gonzalez. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Francis Kowalski. I live in the city of Newbury Park, and I'm here on behalf of the Neighborhood City Center for Young Children, which operates in the City of Thousand Oaks Child Care Center. And I would like to give an update as to how the Child Care Center is running. First, I want to report that enrollment continues to increase month to month, especially our preschool program groups. We have a waiting list, especially for our young preschool children. We have a total of 56 market rate families enrolled. That brings us to 74% capacity. We earned the state preschool grant, and we are working on the second year. We are confident that we will earn the second year as well, since our state preschool program is full for this school year with a waiting list. And with the state preschool and market rate combined, we are serving 117 children combined. All classrooms are being utilized. Out of the 7 classrooms, 6 are being utilized to provide childcare and preschool programs. And we are utilizing 1 classroom to provide a parent and infant toddler education program. We call it Patty Cake and Peekaboo. That is being presented by our parent educator. We do that program on Wednesdays from 9:30 to 11 a.m. And so that's one of the aspects that we're bringing to the program that makes it dynamic and interesting. Back in June, we also had a special event where we got staff and parents together, and it gave them the opportunity to bond and get to know each other. And we created a new outdoor environment for the children. We painted a bike path. We had a log cabin donated. We painted a basketball rainbow. We also painted a new hopscotch. We repaired the dramatic play area, created an outdoor reading area, cleaned up the sandbox, and we created a lot of different areas of interest for the children so they can have an outdoor environment where they can continue to learn and grow. We're going to have an upcoming event to promote the Toddler program, a Toddler Fair, and we're going to be featuring family photos, and that's going to be held Saturday, October 23rd from 10 a.m. to noon. You can reach us at 805-494-8100 or visit our website, www.cvnfl.org. I think that overall, we are really enjoying being part of this project with the city. And in part, we've been successful because we have an outstanding staff. And we enjoy seeing the children and families take part of such a wonderful and dynamic program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Krowski. Mr. Rudy Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, good evening. Mr. Gonzalez is a representative, regional representative for Southern California Edison. Welcome back, and a resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. Welcome back, Rudy.
Thank you, Mayor Gillette, council members, staff. Again, Rudy Gonzalez, Public Affairs Manager for Southern California Edison. I'm here this evening to express my appreciation to the City of Thousand Oaks and the Greater Conejo Chamber for helping me promote a program that we're going to be implementing here in the next few months. It's called the Direct Install Program, geared towards small businesses in the City of Thousand Oaks as well as other cities in East Ventura County. In the next days and weeks, small businesses with a demand of less than 100 kilowatts per month will receive a letter that will have the Edison logo, the City of Thousand Oaks logo, and a logo for a third-party contractor. That letter will invite small businesses who are targeted to contact the contractor and have that contractor come out and perform a energy audit at their business. This is done at no cost to the business. As a follow-up, that third-party contractor will be making recommendations to complete a scope of work at each of these small businesses who have chosen to participate. This scope of work will include changing out fluorescent lighting, changing out equipment related to the refrigeration, installing LED signs, window film, occupancy sensors, vending misers, and programmable thermostats, all at no cost to the small business. This is one of those opportunities or a letter that small businesses will receive where they're going to read it and they're going to say, you're trying to give me something for nothing? This is one of those opportunities where it really is true, something for nothing. We want as many small businesses in the community to take advantage of this opportunity as possible. In past programs, in a pilot program we implemented last year, the average benefit to each participant was approximately $1,200, and each small business is eligible for up to $10,000 worth of energy efficiency products and services at their individual small businesses. So we want to make sure that they don't treat this letter as a piece of junk mail, and that they follow through and they make contact with our third-party contractor who will come out and complete the work and hopefully help them lower their energy bills. Again, at absolutely no cost to the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Nick Kidwai, followed by Suzanne Duckett. Good evening, Mr. Kidwai.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette, Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, Director concerned citizens of Thousand Oaks, honorable council people, and honorable council challengers, those sitting and those watching at home, for the council seats. At the last meeting, I spoke, in fact, the CEO of Military Connections spoke and told about the walk at the Reagan Library on 9/11. And for the second time after a year, Mayor Gillette asked that the information on the walk should be put on the city's website. And she had the information, she held it up and gave it to the assistant city manager, and you would think it would have been done. I just happened to get the idea, and on Saturday about 5 p.m. I looked on the city website, nothing there. I went on the Reagan website, and lo and behold, what a sight to see. Over 1,000 people were participating in it. Also, the city manager said that I had talked about the city's website where the calendar was not appropriate and the council meeting was not announced till the last day. And in the follow-up, the city manager said that staff would get in contact with me. On Saturday, when this military connection thing was missed, I immediately sent an email to everybody, and I just dislike it when some people come and say that you should not criticize your government, etc., and if you criticize it, you are liars or thieves or whatever. I mean, these are the black and white things that are wrong, that are happening over here. And I just want to have TOTV show this cartoon just for levity. This is blight is what we say, and people don't realize that all these 10 council people who are running for city council are running for director of redevelopment agency. We have one of the worst redevelopment agencies, and we're supposed to be conservatives, and I just drove, the whole Thousand Oaks Boulevard is economically blighted, and I have asked to change the sign ordinance, which is basically an incumbent protection ordinance. We do not need term limits. We need to change some of these things. And you have a rule, simple rule, that it's a horrible rule actually, that you cannot have two signs of the same candidate within a 15 or 20 feet radius. And lo and behold, just coming over here, I see two giant signs which in a V like that at RE Max, and they belong to the mayor, Mr. Gillette. So I would appreciate if by tomorrow afternoon, one of those signs is removed. The similar thing was done by Ms. Irwin, and when I complained to her, the sign was removed in one day. And really what should be done is this hypocritical sign ordinance should really be changed and removed. Thank you for letting me speak. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. Our final speaker, Suzanne Duckett. Good evening, Ms. Duckett.
Oh, good evening. Suzanne Duckett, Thousand Oaks. If I want to know the truth about what's going on in the city, I pick up the phone and I call Claudia Bill de la Pina. So thank you, Claudia, so I can depend on you. As I entered this room this evening, there's a big poster out there about conserving water. I have one question to ask the public out there. If these 4 or 5-story mixed-use buildings go on the boulevard, do you think that you and your family are going to get more water or less water? The second question I have to ask the public out there tonight is, if these 4 and 5-story buildings go up, mixed-use buildings go up on the boulevard, do you think that your sewer bill is going to be increased, or is it going to be decreased? The fact of the matter is that if we have a large increase of our population, the sewer that we have now is not going to be adequate. So in order to facilitate these mixed-use buildings on the boulevard, it would be my idea that probably your sewer bill is going to increase quite a bit. Now, apparently, the board up here voted to hire a company to find out whether we, the people of Thousand Oaks, want to pay increased taxes or keep them as they are, or have our taxes decreased. So, and apparently that study costs about $50,000. And the only person who was against this study for $50,000 was Claudia Villalpina. So they could have just called all of us on the telephone to ask us if we wanted to increase our taxes. That would have been a good way. It would have saved us, the taxpayer, $50,000. Now, the signs along the boulevard, I want you to keep all those signs on the boulevard, all those for lease signs. It looks like the whole place is going out of business. So why should anybody want to come and do business in this city when they're going to be out of business? The whole place looks like we're going out of business. So thank you very much, City Hall. I appreciate knowing that my city's all going out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Duckett. That concludes our speakers under public comment. We have one written statement card from a resident who's concerned about litter on the freeway, the freeway areas within the city of Thousand Oaks, and I would ask the city manager to forward a letter to Caltrans Region 9 with the questions and the concern. Mr. Mitnick, did you have a response to any of the public comment presentations?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just by way of information, we did make reference to utilizing the city website to help make the community aware of Canal Valley Days, so we'll follow up on that. Also, we'll continue to work with Edison as they promote their direct install program for businesses, especially small businesses. I think we actually hosted an event in this room here, so we'll continue to work with them and get the word out about that. I'll also have staff follow up with the speaker with about the Reagan Library event and so on, and some other issues that were raised. So we'll make sure that the assistant city manager, as she's noting, contacts the speaker tomorrow or perhaps even tonight, and we'll follow up on those issues. That's it by way of city manager follow up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Okay, item 7, consent calendar. 7I has been pulled, and 7L will be a report from Mrs. Leba, I believe. Is that correct? Okay, fine. Pleasure of the council. Mrs. Irwin?
I'll move the rest of the consent calendar.
Mayor, I believe we have a speaker card.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. If you'd hold that just for a minute. We do have one speaker card, Mr. Kidwai.
Honorable Mayor Gillette, Nick Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, speaking on L, which I'm surprised that you're having a report on it, because consent calendar is for routine items and does not require. I mean, it should be a report, and that's my concern, and about the people and about good government, and I hope the challengers will note this. I mean, this is why people are upset. In fact, we want lower and smaller government. That's what everybody says. That's what's the rhetoric of the Tea Party is, but nobody gets into the nitty-gritty. What business does the city have? This is speaking to number L, to have to pay 60,000 or 50,000 or 75, I don't know what it is now, to the Gonzalez brothers or whatever their name is as a lobbyist in Sacramento. I don't know if their contract has not been renewed. I thought maybe it has been dropped, but that's the amount was. I mean, we have a state assemblyman, we have a state senator. These people are supposed to be doing our bidding. I mean, why do we have to spend money like that, especially in these times? The second thing is, with all due respect to the staff member, why do you need a full-time staff member or close to full-time? I don't know the details, but I think she's full-time, monitoring these passages and all that. I mean, this is not the role of government. I mean, This is, I mean, this is a democratic process. Proposition 22 will be voted on by the people. If the city TOTV will show this cartoon, because the first one was really liked by the people, so it's relevant to the redevelopment agency, because the cry is that, well, this is local control. Thank you, TOTV. This is local control. This is money that's being raided by big Sacramento. I mean, you know, I mean, I was by the DMV. It's closed on Friday. I mean, look at what's happening to the community colleges. What's happening to the great UC campuses. I mean, I came over here because of the great universities that California has. $5.5 billion every year is taken from the state budget. About $20 million goes to the Thousand Oaks Redevelopment Agency on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And what has the city got to show for it? Fancy street lights, some work on the sidewalks, and this building that has $70 million of debt, 30-year bonds. I mean, this is a fiscally conservative city. I mean, you should not either take no position on Proposition 22, or if you have to take a position, you should say no. I mean, I'm from Orange County. I went to school there. I mean, Orange County Register, it's in your green packet. They came out against it because the redevelopment agencies, in fact, they said the key thing. They should be demolished. If they're not stopped, at least no new projects should be allowed. I mean, $400,000 for angle parking. I mean, what a joke. Give me a break. I mean, taxpayers need a break. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. All right, back to the rest of the consent calendar. Mrs. Irwin, again, restate your motion, please.
I move the rest of the consent calendar.
I have a motion. Comments to the motion? Mrs. Beldelapena.
The rest meaning all the items with the exception of I and L, correct? Thank you.
Anything further? Comment to the motion, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And item 7L, Ms. Leyba.
Thank you, council members. We are now in the 89th day of our budget crisis, our state budget crisis. We've got a $19 billion deficit. Last year, that translated into a $5 billion take from cities and counties. $5 billion. One of the speakers mentioned the UCs, the schools, different things that have been affected by this. Well, we're also on the chopping block, and that's what we're talking about with Proposition 22. Now, Proposition 22, as you may recall, in March of 2010, the City Council adopted a resolution to support the initiative of local taxpayers, public safety, and the Transportation Protection Act of 2010. Over 1.1 million signatures were gathered by Californians to protect local services. And with over 500 supporters in April 2010, the Secretary of State received these signatures and in June validated 694,000 signatures to qualify this initiative for the November ballot, giving it the formal title Proposition 22. What this does, it will prohibit the state from taking, borrowing, redirecting local taxpayer funds dedicated to things such as public safety, emergency response, vital local government services. And with that in mind, a good thing to remember is we had a fire here yesterday. Those are the most important things that are the services that would be taken away from us based on the state budget, based on the cuts that we'd be vulnerable to. So taking a position on Proposition 22, bringing this back up to you was a way to remind you we supported the initiative. Now it's been given a formal number, which is Proposition 22. I believe it's number 9 on your ballot proposition, and we have here today Dave Mullinax from Channel County's Division Public Affairs Manager of the League of California Cities that will present more information about what is happening with Proposition 22.
Evening, Mr. Mullinax.
A pleasure to be here, Your Honorable Mayor and council members. Always great to be down here in Thousand Oaks. I think, as Mina pointed out, we are one of 9 initiatives on the ballot, Prop 22. This Prop 22 is actually the culmination of about a 20-year battle between Sacramento and local governments across California. For the last 20 years, every time California gets, Sacramento gets their budget in a mess, the state budget in a mess, which, if anybody reads the newspapers, it's every year now. When they get their budget in a mess, they reach down to local governments and put their hands in our pockets and steal revenues that are have historically stayed locally or intended to stay locally for local services, whether it's, road maintenance, public safety, parks, libraries. They've reached down and stolen, diverted, borrowed, transferred, whatever semantic you want to use, and taken it up to Sacramento and it's basically kicked the can down the road. Last year, they had a $20 billion deficit. They reached down and borrowed $5 billion from local governments. And what do we have today? We have a $20 billion deficit. That $5 billion they took from us last year got sent into some rat hole up in Sacramento, never to be seen again. And it didn't do any good. We have a $20 billion deficit. We're day 89 right now in the California budget, with really no end in sight. Last week they said they had a framework of a deal. I'm very skeptical. Quite frankly, there will probably not be a budget until after the election in November. And again, what people need to realize is this is Prop 22 it is not ballot box budgeting. It does not impact Prop 13. It does not impact Prop 98. It does not affect in any way, shape, or form how the state allocates or appropriates their monies for their budget. All it does, it puts a firewall once and for all between local government and local revenues and Sacramento and their inability to handle their own budgets. So again, the only thing it does do is it ensures that monies that have historically stayed locally, monies that are supposed to stay locally for local services, are not rated year after year, because how can you as a council or any council in this state plan for your future, your community's future, when you're always looking over your shoulder and Sacramento's always got their hands in our pocket? Now, some people might have noticed today, in the latest field poll showed that Californians have a 10% approval rating of their legislature. They have an 80% disapproval rating. I mean, how badly do you have to be to get a 10% approval rating? Californians do not trust Sacramento to handle their business, rightfully so. For the last 20 years, they have not handled their business. Californians trust local governments because you are accessible and you are accountable. When your community wants to reach out and speak to you, they know where to find you. Good luck in trying to get that meeting up in Sacramento with your legislator if you are not a big contributor to their campaign fund. The gentleman that spoke right before us, I'm sorry he had to leave so early, but the reason he talked about, well, we have assembly members and senators that are supposed to look after our interests. Unfortunately, those are the people we often have to fear because they get entwined in special interests up in Sacramento and in the system up there, and they forget where they came from. And year after year, when they reach into our pockets, we have less money for road maintenance, we have less money for public safety, we have less money for parks and rec, we have less money for our communities. And Prop 22, once and for all, says, do you want to invest your money in your communities here locally? Do you want your tax dollars to be invested locally? Or do you want your tax dollars to go up to Sacramento, never to be seen again, and handled by people that 90% of Californians do not trust? And that's really the bottom line what Prop 22 is about. Again, Prop 22 does not allocate any more money for local governments. It does not impact Prop 13. It does not affect Prop 98 in any way, shape, or form. All it does is says, once and for all, Sacramento, you can no longer steal local revenues that have always been intended to stay locally. And that's the decision Californians are faced with in November.
Thank you, Mr. Malix. Ms. Leva, questions? Anything? I have a question for the city manager. In the last year, how much how much revenue from the city of Thousand Oaks has been taken by California? How much local revenue has been transferred by the state from us to the state?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, millions and millions. And over the last year, just a few months ago, we wrote a check to Sacramento for $6.5 million. And that was from the local property taxes in the two redevelopment project areas. That's money that local businesses and local homeowners had paid for local infrastructure projects. And that we had to write a check. It's in litigation, but we may not get that money back. We have another $1.5 million to write next year. In addition, Mr. Mayor, if I may add a little bit, we've lost tens of millions of dollars to Sacramento over the 2 decades that Mr. Molinex was talking about, tens of millions of dollars out of the general fund as well. And now we've gotten word, Mr. Watkins, that we're going to lose a big chunk of our gas tax and highway user tax monies. When you go to the gas pump, you pay a portion of gas tax. We get a chunk of that back, and we use that for our roads. We will no longer get, if not all of that, a big chunk of that. Our ability to maintain our roads, fix the potholes, will diminish significantly in the next few years. That's why this measure has our full attention. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Yes, Ms. Bilder.
I just wanted to say that before we vote, I wanted to say that I will vote for this, although somewhat reluctantly, because aside from what the issues and the funds that will be threatened or may be threatened, aside from that, we also have the issue of the redevelopment agency. Yes, Sacramento did take $6 million from us, but we still found money to buy commercial parcels and other things to the tune of $3.5 million. The redevelopment agency is basically taking your property tax dollars away, and the opponents of Proposition 22 say that Proposition 22 locks in a protection for the redevelopment agency dollars, which really often subsidizes private developers. And that has always been a big, big issue. So your tax dollars, property tax dollars, be used to to subsidize private developers in an area that is not necessarily considered blighted. Nonetheless, I wanted to get that out, and I will vote for this, for Proposition 22, with that caveat. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox?
I'm sorry, I'm not saying that I will vote for it. I'm saying I'm endorsing what is before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox?
Right. I'm certainly not going to engage in a debate here this evening, but I just need the public to know that the redevelopment dollars that are spent in this community, let me just give you a few examples. The Thousand Oaks High School, Newbury Park High School, Westlake High School theaters at the 3 high schools, that was redevelopment dollars that were used for that. And so I think it's important to recognize that that's, at the end of the day, it's your money. And the question is, do you want the money spent in your community, or do you want it up in Sacramento? It's really that simple. And the redevelopment agency, which the city sits as, can use those dollars for local projects. We do not subsidize private developers with redevelopment dollars. That would be a gift of public funds. That's illegal, and the city has no history of doing that. We use redevelopment dollars for projects and benefits in this community. And redevelopment agencies have been around for a long time. They're used throughout the state of California, and almost without question, they are used for public benefit. In Prop 22 certainly is something that the city needs to support. We see what goes on in Sacramento year in, year out. It structurally is broken. I don't know that even Prop 22, while it might protect the cities, it isn't going to solve the issues going on with Sacramento, which has serious structural issues. So I'm certainly going to support the motion, but again, not to debate the issue, but I think it would be irresponsible to let the statement that redevelopment dollars subsidize private developers go without some type of response.
Thank you. I don't have a motion, so Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really a pleasure to recommend that we adopt resolution supporting Local Taxpayer Public Safety and Transportation Protection Act of 2010, now formally titled Prop 22 for the November 2010 election ballot. And I would like to say that it's a shame that a council member takes this opportunity to campaign in supporting a very, very worthwhile proposition.
Okay. Comments to the motion? Being none, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We move to, just a minute, please. We move to item 8A, Community Development Block Grant. This is a public hearing. Would the clerk please announce?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A, Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2009 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Amendment number 1 to Program Year 2009 Cdbg Action Plan. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing, and we have no speaker cards for this item.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The report by Senior Analyst Carolyn Milton. Good evening, Ms. Milton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council members. This is the city's annual opportunity for the public to comment on the city's expenditure of federal community development block grant, or CDBG funds, during the fiscal year ending June 30. As described on page 3 of the staff report and in the required CAPER report prepared for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, the city expended $492,104 in regular CDBG funds and $182,881 in one-time CDBG recovery funds, for a total CDBG expenditure of $674,985 from July 1, 2009 through June 30, 2010. Staff is requesting council's approval of the CAPER report and, in a related action, approval of amendment number 1 to the city's program year 2009 CDBG action plan, including adopting a resolution revising the city's citizen participation plan and transferring miscellaneous balances totaling $14,480 in CDBG funds from completed activities to the pending Neighborhood Improvements Program, Old Town West Master Plan. Staff will be pleased to respond to any questions you may have about this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milton. Questions of staff? Ms. Milton? I'm sorry. What? Oh, I thought you were waving it. Mrs. Irwin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Milton, could you just give us a very quick update on the neighborhood improvements for Old Town?
Yes, council member. I spoke with the project manager in the Public Works Department today, Chris Lynch, and he indicated that at the present time the Public Works Department staff is working with local property owners on Los Robles Road and Fairview Drive to obtain temporary easements from them so that the contractor for the project will be able to conform existing driveway and related infrastructure with the new with the grade of the new street improvements as they are installed. And the Public Works Department is tentatively planning to bring this project to the City Council to request authorization to go out to bid in November.
Thank you.
Ms. Milton, if I could ask a follow-up question to Mrs. Irwin. My understanding is that one of the major issues behind all of this is the historic flooding that has occurred in the Old Town area, and this entire project is intended to bring it up to standard and relieve the, I realize it's hard to think about flooding when it's 113 degrees out, and it hasn't rained for some time, but nevertheless, on those occasions when we do get rain, and it rains heavy, isn't that part of, or one of the main thrusts of this whole upgrade project?
Yes, I don't have the details, but I do know that drainage improvements are, yes, a major component of the project.
Okay, fine, thank you. Additional questions of staff? Mrs. Bill De La Pena.
Thank you. I see that this is the result of an inspection by federal officials from the HUD program, and I like the changes that they recommended to our overall plan, including more participation is required of low and moderate income persons. I am looking at page 8, item 5B, displacement and relocation policies. Is that in accordance with, it says in accordance with the Real Property Acquisition Policies Act, the city will take measures to minimize displacement of persons by any HUD-funded activity. Does that mean that only persons who are living in HUD-funded units are entitled to some sort of compensation should they be displaced? This could not be applied to the mobile home park tenants who are facing eviction.
The policy that you are describing, the relocation and displacement policy, would apply to any project where the city was expending HUD funds. And it would mean that any person that was temporarily or permanently displaced would be reimbursed according to, there is a major policy that's part of the federal regulations, and it is dependent upon various factors that result in a dollar payment for each either each day or for the total amount of time that the person is displaced.
Okay, I'm glad that this happened. The recommendations by the federal officials were really good. I liked them. And I wanted to find out if, before a vote is taken, whether my colleagues would be willing to separate the day labor side from the rest of this, which is funded by the federal dollars. Whoever makes the motion.
Amy, what do we do? Can I separate them? I think that's fine. We know that, well, first of all, they're not numbered, but the money that is spent on the day labor site is spent on that project. It's federal money, and even the grand jury has lauded the city for its management of that particular issue. We've got one of the best management programs of anywhere in this county. But I recognize the sensitivity with certain council members. So as a courtesy to you, Mrs. Bill De La Pena, I'll separate the two items.
Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
That's fine. Mr. Mitnick?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for clarification, this is not a prospective or budget appropriation or allocation. This is a looking backward accounting, and we have to provide the federal government an accounting of how we spent the money. So it's not a policy statement with respect to how you vote. Thank you.
Okay, additional comments?
Mr. Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to clarify that although the Department of Housing and Urban Development is requiring the city to include in its citizen participation plan a residential anti-displacement and relocation plan, at the present time, none of the city projects and the staff does not anticipate that there would be any negative consequences or any temporary or permanent relocation of any persons in any CDBG-funded project in Thousand Oaks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mill. Further questions of staff? I have no cards on this item, Madam City Clerk. All right. There being no further comment and no further questions of city staff, at this time I'll close the public hearing and open for council discussion. Additional discussion? Anyone? Okay, let me do it this way. We'll the items excuse me. The items on page 3 of the staff report. That Madam City Attorney?
Maybe an easy way to do this, if this would be okay with the, for the motion and for the council member asking that the, that the day labor site be pulled out, is just have the vote be to approve items 1 and 2 as they stand, the recommendations, but with a notation that the one council member does take issue with spending money for the day labor site. Okay. And that way, your voting yes just will show that that is your concern.
Does that say?
Actually, you know, that's what happened in May. That's precisely what I said when we voted on this, and it was not reflected in the minutes that I was against the day labor site funding. So we can ensure that that's how, because the motion will read that way, that it's to prove all this with the notation that Councilmember Bill De La Pena is not in favor of spending this money for the day laborer site. Well, in favor, I'm still voting for it then technically. You're voting because the, I was just trying to make it easy because it is true, we're trying to accommodate your concerns, but that it is just a financial report and the whole thing's one thing. So that's why I think what you want. Okay, that's fine. If the minutes could be corrected for May to include that and reflect that as well, I will then vote like that this evening, with the exception of the day labor side, or voicing my opposition on the record against the funding for the day labor side. Thank you.
The city manager, would you comment, just to make sure you've got it that, to the satisfaction of Mrs. Bill De La Pena?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff will review the minutes from the May meeting on the Cdbg, and if appropriate, we'll revise them as requested and bring that back. When the next set of minutes come to council, we'll include that as well. Is that correct, City Clerk? We can do that.
Well, the May minutes?
Yes.
Are already approved, so we'll review the minutes and follow up as appropriate.
Okay, Ms. Bill De La Pena, are you?
That's fine. Thank you. That's my satisfaction.
Okay. Mr. Gillette.
Yes, Mr. Fox.
Again, maybe Mr. Minnick can just briefly outline the history of the day labor site for the folks viewing at home and some of the folks here. Without really any overview, they would be led to the opinion that the city has initiated a day labor site without any background or history. And I just think it's important Mr. Mitnick outlined some of the history there. I can guarantee you the 70 neighbors that were here 6 years ago that were complaining about people urinating and defecating in their front yards because there was no day labor site.
For 17 years.
For 17 years that the city council ignored those community issues. I can promise you, they would have plenty to say about the city moving that site to a public area, a park. While it's perfect, well, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. We got that situation out of their neighborhood. We're using federal dollars for the day labor site. It has worked by all accounts. It has been looked at as a model for other cities for a problem I think most reasoned individuals recognize is a very difficult problem for local government to deal with because it's a federal immigration issue. We cannot, take the police and just start arresting people. And the dollars that we're spending here have, by all accounts, including both newspapers with supportive editorials, have gone a long way in solving a really serious community issue, a neighborhood issue of some of the folks that are, in terms of demographic and income, some of the lowest in our community, came to the city council many, many years ago and asked for their help. And we rolled up our sleeves and we did a good job there. So, Mr. Minnick, if you can just briefly outline where we were and where we are now with the day labor site.
I'd ask the city manager to give a pithy overview of this issue, but I think in view of where we are with candidates in the audience and an opportunity, this is one of those things that they might not have an opportunity to be aware of. So I'm going to ask the city manager, I'll use my discretion to take a short period of time and go over that. And make sure, please, one thing was that our courts, the local courts in Ventura County, told us, stop trying to use enforcement, stop trying to use local statutes, the state of California written statute law to address this problem. Come up with another solution. So, Mr. Mitnick?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll be happy to do so. And for those who would like, there's been extensive staff reports written on this. We'd be glad to provide a copy. So if you're interested, contact Candace Hong, our assistant city manager. She'll provide that. Also, this was the subject of a Ventura County grand jury, a full investigation, and an extensive review was done in a report. And as indicated, it was found that our approach to this issue was indeed a model approach. The situation with the day labor site on Royal Oaks Drive, it's not unique to Thousand Oaks. Dozens and dozens of cities throughout the state of California have this very issue. And our issue here in Thousand Oaks goes back to the late 70s and early 1980s behind Rob's Hardware store on Fairview and Crescent Way. Day laborers started to gather there because local residents and local contractors were hiring these folks to do work. If the community would like to see this issue go away, then the community should stop hiring these individuals. But it existed there from Caroline late 70s, early 80s, all the way through about the year 2000. The council was approached by large numbers of residents around Crescent and Fairview with constant complaints going on for years and years. They came into the council chambers here. The council directed staff to work with the neighborhood and come up with a long-term solution. It took several years, and ultimately with what is there today is that long-term solution. The city did own an area with grass on it. It's not a green belt, it's not open space, it's not a park, but they're on Royal Oaks Drive, south of Royal Oaks, just north of the freeway. And after looking at about 18 different locations, extensive analysis, we brought in outside social workers to work with us, work with the police department and so on, and we have the current location. As indicated, we did not use city funds for this. We used Cdbg funds, which are federal money, and the federal government did compliment the city for how it handled this issue. We were not able to do it in court, and the other outside agencies at the federal and state levels told us, this is a small issue, you're on your own, go figure it out. And that's what the city has done. So we had no choice. And the actions by the city council and the community neither condone nor condemn the behavior, because we're not able to deal with that. It's a federal issue. And we'll provide copies of reports to those who want them. And we do employ an outside consultant, social worker, and they deal with code enforcement issues and work with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Yes, Mrs. Bilde-Lapini.
Thank you. I would like to clarify that at the last CDBG funding hearing, I asked whether the outside consultant contractor contract could be renegotiated to a lower rate. My issue is that we have a commercial activity in what is essentially a residential area. And I had hoped that we would be able to renegotiate the lease in this weak economy to a much lower rate than the $100,000 or almost $100,000 of federal tax dollars that are paying for this. And the answer was no, the lease or contract was not renegotiated to a lower rate. And that is why I opposed it. Thank you. And that's why I'm again opposing it tonight.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bilde-Lapini. And for those of you that aren't familiar, this is bordered on one side by Hampshire Road, on the east side of 101, and on the west side and to the north by US 101. Those form the two main points of this. And I think, Mrs. Milton, so that we have in context, does page 3 of the staff report, the top bracket, is that the complete listing of awards?
The table on page 3.
Starting with capital projects and ending with analysis of impediments?
Yes, that's correct. That is a description of all of the regular CDBG funds that were expended by June 30. And then at the bottom, there's a separate table that covers the one-time recovery funds.
Okay, because I think, again, there's a need for complete information as much as possible on this issue. This program is federal sharing with municipalities. Most people realize that the state of California and its municipalities send a lot more money to Washington than we get back. Community Development Block Grants, CDBG, is money that comes back to municipalities to address community needs issues. It's threatened every year as the federal appropriation process goes through. We have, through our active membership in the National League of Cities, walked the halls of Congress and lobbied our own congressional delegation, and through the league lobbied other delegations to ensure that this money keeps flowing back to us to address certain things that relieve other general fund money within the community. And I would ask Mrs. Melton if you would take a minute and go down the list of what does that money get spent on? What were these allocations on the list, please?
Yes, the neighborhood improvements, a total of $95,853 was expended to prepare the engineering and design specifications for the street and drainage improvements that will be installed on Los Robles Road and Fairview Drive. The Bella Vista Apartments improvements was a project that was primarily funded through the one-time Cdbg recovery award of $182,881. We spent an additional $43,784 on the project, which assisted many mansions to replace the roof-mounted air conditioning units at 63 affordable housing units at the Bella Vista apartment complex, as well as 63 in-room heaters. That project has been completed. Los Feliz Drive housing pre-construction costs. Back in 2008, in December 2008, the Area Housing Authority received a grant of Cdbg funds totaling approximately $260,000 to prepare architectural and engineering specifications for the yet-to-be-developed 60-unit new affordable housing project that will be constructed by Area Housing Authority on Los Feliz Drive. And there remains an additional $15,700 to be spent in that project. Human Services Center improvements have been completed. The Commercial Revitalization Program has been completed. The day labor site, the city uses an outside nonprofit organization that assists the city to enforce traffic, vehicular traffic, and pedestrian laws. The coordinators are primarily focused on keeping the laborers, the people who use the site, from proliferating and creating more than one site where they gather each day. Also, to keep them from attempting to flag down moving vehicles to try to get the attention of drivers. That has occurred in the past. And also there have been some very blatant issues of jaywalking by the laborers, and that all of that activity is now well in hand. Also, in response to Councilmember Bill De La Pena, I would like to say that in 2007, the city did conduct a request for proposals to identify the lowest available vendor to do the coordination at the day labor site, and the current vendor was the low bidder, and that the city will be doing another request for proposals before any further agreements are proposed for that site. Public Services Assistance League, that is Operation School Bell, $7,000. They arrange for donated clothing and donated school supplies for very low-income elementary school children at Title I schools where there is a sufficient amount of children available that qualify for the free lunch program due to low household income. Catholic Charities, they were awarded $12,000 for their outreach, their emergency services program. Community Action was awarded a total of $9,000 for lease assistance program. Unfortunately, due to some administrative problems at their end, they were not able to spend all of the funding, so that funding will be reallocated to another activity. Caneo Free Clinic expended $14,000 for immunization, lab tests, and medical referrals for very low-income people, people who don't have any access to health insurance. They work with the local Rotary Club to immunize on various types of immunizations. And Many Mansions is for their children's services program. They use $9,000 of Cdbg funds. The 20% of the total Cdbg grant is used for administration, and this helps the city to recoup some of our administrative expenses and costs for staffing and related services that result in the management of all of the Cdbg activities, also contract administration, etc. And currently the city's costs to administer the Cdbg program actually exceed the amount that we are able to draw from the Cdbg annual grant.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. There were a couple in your reading down that you missed. One was the Women's Economic Ventures, another one long-term care, Lutheran Social Services, and Senior Meals on Wheels.
Okay, I'd be very happy to cover those briefly. Women's Economic Ventures is for a program that provides self-employment training primarily to lower-income persons who want to begin or expand their own micro business. That would be a business venture that would employ up to 5 people. That's a micro business. HUD considers that to be a separate category of assistance, so we are able to fund that organization without impacting some of the other long-term grants or public services that we also fund. And long-term care is for the senior ombudsman program, where volunteers are trained to make unannounced visits at local nursing homes, long-term care homes, to spontaneously check on the welfare of the disabled people that are living in those locations. Senior Meals on Wheels is a program where volunteers deliver 1 hot meal and 1 cold snack each day, and the funding of $19,500 is to assist the provider senior concerns to actually cook and prepare the meals. And Lutheran Social Services, we give them, the city grants them money from 2 resources. They get the bulk of their funding from the Community Development Block Grant, the federal funds, and they also get a supplemental grant from the city's own Social Services Endowment Fund. Their yearly grant totals approximately $20,000, and that is used primarily for homeless services. There is a daily hot meals program that is cooked and provided by volunteers, mostly at faith-based locations, and that program provides a free hot meal to anyone who comes to partake of that each day, 365 days a year at different faith sites in Thousand Oaks, and Lutheran Social Services coordinates that entire program. They also coordinate the rotating winter shelter program, again, at 7 participating faith sites. That's in operation from approximately December 1 through March 30 each year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melton. We're in the discussion phase. Any additional comments or questions of staff? Mrs. Irwin? I'm sorry, do you have a motion? Or?
I will, what? Yeah, I'll move staff recommendation 1 and 2.
Does this require a reading?
And with Ms. Bill De La Pena's annotation.
Okay, and I want to make sure that the city manager and city clerk did get as a matter of fact, before you finalize that, let me make a suggestion that you contact Ms. Villalpena to ensure that it's done the way she expects it to be done. Is that? Okay. Okay. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Mayor? Oh. Dennis.
Yes, Ms. Serwin.
I was just wondering if we could just move ahead item 9A, because we obviously have a lot of people in the audience that are interested in that. Is that possible?
We, yes. Well, I thought they were going to go very quick, but if that's what you want to do, I just felt that the community development block grant thing, I realize we spent a lot of time on it, but I think in view of where we are and the amount of money involved and a lot of information coming out, it was important to get some clarification. So we'll I'll adjust to item 9A. Water Conservation Program and imported water rates. Public Works Director, Mr. Mark Watkins. Mr. Watkins, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette, members of the council, members of the community. With me on the dais is Joanne Kelly. Joanne is the Resource Division Manager, and Louise Helliwell. Louise has taken on the efforts for water conservation over the last couple of years. This has been a very busy couple of years within the water industry. There's been certainly a lot of things going on, significant actions taken by the City Council within the last year, significant kind of on-again, off-again actions taken by the state in regards to water deliveries, what's available, the water bond that was on and then off on this November's ballot, and if you'll pardon the pun, a little bit of trickle down as to the impacts on the city. Very briefly, just over a year ago in June of 2009, City Council passed a water conservation ordinance based on 3 years of below normal rainfall and allocations that were given to us by both the state and the Metropolitan Water District. This winter and spring have brought normal precipitation, some cool weather, and that has definitely helped. Reservoir storage is up. However, we are still very dependent upon the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. This is where the water that actually gets served to Thousand Oaks customers comes from. There are two major assets in the Metropolitan Water portfolio, and those are Northern California State Water and Colorado River Water. And then for those who aren't aware, all of the water that comes to Thousand Oaks comes through Metropolitan to the Cayugas Municipal Water District. Cayugas is our wholesaler, and then that water then comes to Thousand Oaks and the two private water purveyors, and we are the retailers within our region. There are restrictions for pumping in the Delta. These restrictions are a result of court decisions to protect fish species and limit the amount of water that can be pumped. The only unrestricted months for pumping are the fall months when there's no water to be pumped anyway. And so in the past, during some of those fall months, if a certain amount of water would be sent down, you'd be able to replenish reservoirs in the southern end of the state, and that's been very difficult, resulting in what's been referred to as the regulatory drought. So within the water industry, we are seeing reduction in state water deliveries, large rate increases. A portion of those rate increases are due to what we refer to as makeup water. So we're seeing higher rates and lower reliability within the state water system. On the city and others, we've seen a conversion to tiered rates, mandatory water conservation, and throughout Southern California, the declaration of a level 1 water supply shortage. The city's response to that was the adoption of a new ordinance in June 2009. That was at the request of the Metropolitan Water District, asking that all the purveyors within their service area adopt a model ordinance. That model ordinance has both permanent and level requirements, the permanent requirements being mostly common sense requirements that most of us have come to expect and are used to living with, including limits on watering hours, limits on duration, washing off of paved surfaces, requiring that you have a shut-off nozzle on your hose when you wash your car, obligation to fix leaks, restaurants not serving water except upon request, and things that we've all somewhat come to expect. And then from there, it's a graduated level 1, 2, and 3. And level 1 being the water supply shortage that we are now experiencing. And that limits watering to 3 days per week in April through October, and then only 2 days per week, November through March. There are some other requirements to go along with that. And then level 2, if that was imposed, would reduce those days to 2 days per week, October through April, and then 1 day per week, November through March. And then the final level is a level 3 water supply, and that's included in the model ordinance. And what that really truly is an emergency situation. And those emergency situations, several of them are the biggest concern to Thousand Oaks. The first is the San Joaquin Sacramento Delta, and a major earthquake or something else that causes liquefaction of any of those levees and then disrupts the water supply. And then the second major item for us is that there is a single pipeline coming through the Santa Susana Pass, bringing Cayugas water and metropolitan water to the Conejo Valley. And so, again, the disruption of either one of those would likely result in an emergency declaration. That wouldn't be a declaration that council would make based purely upon drought. So the Mwd Allocation Plan went into effect last July. And what that did was that gave the city a specific allocation of water, and it also limited the amount of water that Cayugas receives. That allocation that we were given was 85% of the average usage in 2004, 5, and 6. A lot of cities, ourselves included, started conserving after that, and so by going back a few years, the intention was that you weren't punished for conservation that you'd already done. Along with that allocation came penalties, and the penalties were quite severe. So if we didn't meet that allocation, if we were 10% over, our penalties would be approximately $2 million. If we didn't reduce at all, our penalties were $3.7 million. And so with that, with those penalties kind of hanging over our head, we went forward with both tiered rates and conservation. And the goal tonight was to bring council up to speed after having both of those in effect for a little bit more than a year. The conservation measures are enforcement is complaint driven, and so a lot of outreach, a lot of public outreach was done. We respond to phone calls, we respond to questions. The object is voluntary compliance, so we don't have water police out running around. We're not out issuing citations. What we're doing is looking for voluntary compliance. And so with that being said, really the majority of the effort has been through public outreach and education. Louise has talked with hundreds and hundreds of people. There's been lots of letters that have gone out. There's been a number of articles in the newspaper. We've done lots of advertising. I do have to put some kudos to our two private water purveyors, California American and California Water Service Company. They've been very good about jointly advertising with us to make it effective. So most of the water advertising you see within the Conejo Valley will have the logos of all three water purveyors on there. So we tried to join forces, and we tried to be consistent with that. And that is difficult at times with the California Public Utilities Commission, because we're getting our recommendations from the Metropolitan Water District. The private water purveyors get different sets of recommendations coming from the CPUC, and so sometimes those do conflict. So just a picture of the conservation garden that was constructed here at the Civic Arts Plaza. One of the things we've tried to do is set examples and show what some water conserving features could look like. And ultimately, it's all been successful. So I know this graph is probably hard to see, but this is both our allocation and our target and our actual usage month by month. And what it shows is that we were obligated to say 15%, and we achieved that with a 16% overall water reduction. Now, that's also, of course, very weather dependent. So we look at the year that we had, we look at a lot of the cool weather that we've had, and that certainly impacts water usage. And so we were somewhat fortunate. So our outlook for this year, we've received another allocation for this year. The allocation actually is slightly higher than the past, but in essence, still about a 15% allocation. The threats are the same. We pay, if we go over, the fines of roughly $2 million and $4 million are still in effect, and the water conservation remains at level 1. So the same declaration that was declared by council last summer continues to remain in effect today. A couple of success stories we want to share on some of the outreach that's been done. We've had 2 building inspectors, and I'll mention their names because they've done just a phenomenal job. But Brad Felker and Jeff Berry are 2 building inspectors that volunteered to start helping with water conservation and doing water conservation surveys in customers' homes. And they've really embraced the program. They've gone out and met and done 82 different surveys so far, talked to a lot of people, and it's been very telling. About half of the homes we went to did have some sort of a water leak. Others had irrigation issues, irrigation problems. They had timers that they couldn't figure out how to operate, and the building inspectors would help people with all of that. With the leaks, some of them, or most of them were toilets, probably at least half of them were toilet leaks, of flapper valves and just a running toilet. That can result in a substantial amount of water going down the drain. But a lot of them are much more sophisticated than that, and sometimes much more substantial than that. And so they've really helped a lot of people find those leaks. And then they've offered just a lot of information, tips, and other advice. One of the other things we've done on some of our commercial and larger properties is we started going back and looking through bills, and so it's fairly easy to go through and sort through our largest water users. And so we simply went through who used the most water and started working our way down that list. A lot of phone calls by Louise, just calling people, letting them know what was there. And it was very telling. What we found is that a lot of corporations, we'd call them and let them know that their water usage, like for example a restaurant that we called, had the largest water usage of any restaurant in town by far. And they had no idea. All their bills go to corporate headquarters. They had no idea what their usage was. And so once we informed them, we went and did a survey. You'd find running water, and all of a sudden their usage would go down dramatically. We had large private schools, very similar. They had no idea how much water they were using, but it was dramatically more, 4 or 5 times what the average similarly staffed or similar pupil size public school was using. And we're not sure what they did to fix it, but all of a sudden their water has gone down by like 60%. So dramatic changes. Another similar case with a church. And then we put in here data profiling. The other thing we're able to do now is we've got automated meter reading on some of what we call our hard-to-read or large-read meters. And what the automated meter reading does is it allows you to look back and you can actually look at water use over a 24-hour period. And so we went through and looked at a lot of those bills. And what you should find over a 24-hour period with most commercial uses is that at some point there's no water being used. And so, again, one of the ones we found was a restaurant, and that restaurant's closed from 2 a.m. on, and they don't serve breakfast, and so they don't have anything until lunch crowd. And you'd expect that there'd be some period of time where there's no water usage, and yet there wasn't. And again, advising them of that, they were able to go through, find plumbing leaks and get those plumbing leaks fixed. So there's been a lot of contact, discussion with a lot of different folks. Every individual, every case is certainly different, but we found is that by paying close attention, a lot of people have been able to save a lot of water. And then I include the city, CRPD, and the school district at the end there because those two other agencies are very close partners on a lot of things. The city has saved about 25% overall on our irrigation water. CRPD is right about 15%, and the school district right about 20%. And between the three of us, we really do comprise some of the largest water users in the city also. So it's very important that the public agencies have done their share. Next item is water rates and what's happened with water rates over the last couple of years. Tiered rates were approved by the City Council last year in September, and then they went into effect in November. During that time, we also experienced this January a substantial increase in imported water and increase in water rates. The City Council adopted a 2-year water rate program with increases in January 2010 and Increases last year started in November of 2009, anticipating the increase that we received in January 2010, and then another increase this July, anticipating the increase that we will see this January 2011. When City Council approved these rates, and as it still stands, it's a very volatile rate environment. City Council, we went from a fixed rate, solid flat rate, to a conservation rate structure, and that was the City Council's goal for several years, is trying to convert to a tiered rate system to encourage conservation. We did that at the same time that we were seeing high wholesale water rates and mandatory water conservation. And so part of what that did for us is that as we're converting, we're trying to look very carefully to make sure that we don't deplete the water fund by incorrectly assuming what people are going to charge within those different rates. And we also had to anticipate they would be selling less water. So we knew that our revenues would be going down. All of that was done under this threat of penalties. We did not receive any penalties, and we also did not plan for any. So when we adopted the rates last year, we assumed that there would be no penalties. There was nothing built into the rates. And it was also done when we had fairly low water reserves. And the reason our reserve funds were low within the water fund is there had been unanticipated rate increases over the previous several years that we absorbed. And so, for example, the city, we would pass our budget. Budget becomes effective July 1st. And a water rate increase went into effect in January that we did not know was coming. We would end up absorbing that for 6 months until the next July 1st came along, and through the budget process we would pass those along. So since that had been done, we'd absorbed a couple of rate increases. We no longer had the reserve funds to be able to do that. And it's also important to know for folks in the community that the water fund is an enterprise fund. It stands on its own. And so that fund is revenue, brings in the same revenue for expenditures. So the revenue expenditures need to match. There is no other city subsidy, and that fund does not subsidize any other city activities. The water fund stands by itself. So that being said, looking forward, I said there's kind of some good news and some bad news. The good news is we met our mandatory conservation goals. We weren't assessed any penalties. The other good news is wholesale increases for this next year will be less than anticipated. So we anticipated, and we were told to anticipate a 22% increase this last January. We received a 22% increase. We're also told to expect a 25% increase this January. Through a lot of heavy lobbying, that increase is going to be 5%. So it's going to be less than we anticipated. So that's good news. Bad news is looking backwards, we haven't entirely closed the books on 2009-10 yet as of June 30th. But our initial look at it is that we probably took about another $200,000 out of reserves. And so through the conversion to tiered rates and setting the rate structure where we thought it was, we probably depleted the water reserves by a small amount. And so those reserves remain very low. And then the other bad news is that the future remains uncertain. We're unclear. We've seen a very dramatic rate increases this year. On January, it should only be 5%. And again, that tells only part of the story, because what we were anticipating over the 2 years was about a 32% increase in overall water sales costs, because the water sales are about 66% of our revenues. And so if we take an increase and then we assume how much less water we're going to get, there's all these different moving pieces. You kind of have to look at all of them. So we're anticipating about 32% over the 2 years. And so I don't think it'd be too far off of that. And so with that, we are going to be doing a water rate analysis. This was something that staff had already planned. City Council requested back a number of years ago that we hire a third-party accounting firm to come in and look at the wastewater fund when that plant was expanding and we were going through large expansions there. And the same request was made a few years back of the water fund. And so for the last 2 cycles now, we've had a third party come in and look at our rates, look at our structures, how our budget's put together, and help make recommendations. So we put out a request for proposals this summer. We received those proposals just about a week ago. And we'll plan on bringing in that third party again to do a review of where we are, looking at what other cities have done, various rate structures, how they've worked, and make recommendations going forward. That would be done as part of the regular budget process. So that process will be ongoing. That would then fold into the city's budget process that starts around the first of the year. And then just a reminder, again, for City Council and the community, we are subject to the state laws in regards to raising rate. We refer to it as Prop 218. And that's a fairly cumbersome process that was imposed on us just a few years ago, but state law requires that before we can change the water rates, we have to bring that financial plan to council and do a public noticing, and then we have to wait 45 days before we have a hearing. At that hearing, a protest can be made. If that goes forward, then the ordinance is allowed, and then a second reading of the ordinance can take place 2 weeks later, and then 30 days after that, the rates can become effective. So overall, it's about a 4-month process to go through the whole rate review. And so we will be starting that process, looking at where we are with tiered rates, looking at what the impact has had on the water fund, and reporting back to council. And so that's where we are. So a recommendation at this point from council, we're happy to answer any questions and recommend that you receive the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watkins. Questions of staff? Mrs. Irwin?
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. I was able to speak to one of the residents this morning, and he's going to be, or this afternoon, and he's going to be coming up and speaking, but he did bring up a couple of things that I wanted to already get answers to. The first thing is, how are we right now in comparison with the 2 private purveyors in Thousand Oaks?
From a rate perspective?
From a rate perspective.
We did our last review of ourselves, and normally we compare ourselves to the privates here and then the other larger cities, Simi, Ventura, Cameron, and Oxnard. We did that review last year as part of the budget. At that point, we were still lower. I don't know. We haven't gone out and done that again. That's part of what we'll be doing. So I don't know where we stand today. What happens at times is that they will lag us. I made reference earlier to the CPUC hearing process. For us to raise rates, so if, for example, we get a rate increase on January 1st, all the private water purveyors have to do is send in what's called a letter of rate adjustment. So if they have that's considered a pass-through, all they have to do is write a letter, and then they can start charging a higher amount, literally on January 2nd. For us, it's a 4-month process, and that's just because there's different requirements on public agencies than there is on privates. And so there's times when, like in this case, we will anticipate what that rate is going to be. It went into effect July 1st, so we raised our rates a lower amount in anticipation of. We've already built that in for the year. They can wait until January 1st and raise a specific amount. So I'm not sure where they are right now.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
The three water purveyors in Thousand Oaks all get their water from Callegas.
That's correct.
And then he told me also, which I found surprising, is that Las Virgenes was much less expensive. What would be the reason for that?
I don't know. I'd have to look at Las Virgenes' rates. Last time we compared with them, they were not much less expensive. And so I'd have to look at Las Virgenes' rates and take a look at how we compare. Let me see if we did that last year. I can just give you an example. Yeah, they were less than us. Last time we compared, and it was September of 2009, we compared the monthly cost for a typical residential 23 HCF per month. And we were at roughly $69 a month, and they were at $58. And so Las Virgenes was less than us last year. I'm not sure where they stand today.
Okay, and I have one more question, then obviously the residents are going to be speaking, and I'm sure that'll be bringing other things up. When we were at the league meeting last week, I think we talked to somebody supplying the control systems for water that said
irrigation
that,
controllers, right?
Yeah, that is it Calabasas and San Diego, that they somehow take into account large lots in the way they charge?
Yeah, we've begun to get some more of that information. Calabasas is served by Las Virgenes, and I'm not sure what they do in San Diego. The recent information we got was from the Coachella Valley area. And there are all kinds of different ways that different communities have done, I'll call it tiered rates. Some of them do what they call water budgeting, and so they will actually assign a certain budget to a lot, and they take into account lot size. I believe that's the way Las Virgenes does it. Others do a straightforward tiered rate, very similar to what we do. I'd say the tiered rates are probably the most common, but some of them come up with fairly elaborate methods of water budgeting on a parcel-by-parcel basis.
Okay, we'll hear from the residents,
Right.
and then I'll have some more questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Watkins.
Thank you. Additional questions of staff? No? Let me start down the end. Mr. Fox?
Yeah, Mr. Watkins, I remember asking about this when we first put the tiered system in with respect to the large lots and the impact. Did staff do an analysis of, for example, how Calabasas allocates, I think you refer to it as water budgeting for their large lots? Did staff do that analysis?
When you say, we are roughly familiar with what they do. We didn't do the analysis to say what would that take to implement here. Just real quick, just anecdotally from talking to their staff, and this is from a little ways ago, what they do is they come up with this water budget. If you meet that budget, then you do pretty well. If you don't meet your water budget, then the fines are pretty substantial. So it's kind of the way that Metropolitan has set it up for us right now. If we meet our budget, then we didn't have any fines at all. But if you don't, then they did double and 4 times what the rates would be.
Right.
And
I think the issue, and I think what you're going to hear this evening is, and this is what I was concerned about when we first did this, was that the Tier 3 folks, the folks that generally have large lots, we're going to get substantial water bill increases. And, I'll just speak, I happen to have one of those lots myself. So I certainly, while they've supplied water bills, I just know from my own water bill, it's a substantial increase. At the time I asked, are there other formulas or are there other ways to look at that? And I guess the question would be, what's occurring with Las Virgenes? Have we done a calculation to find out, is it better? Does it provide for, if you meet the water budgeting, will your bill go down? Do they take into consideration lot size? Because with our system, we really don't. Our system is, if you use more water, you pay. And if you have a large lot, you're going to be in Tier 3, and you're going to pay more money. It's pretty straightforward.
One of the ones, actually think about it, one of the ones we also just got recently was Golden State Water in Simi Valley. And the reason that one comes to mind is they were the most successful with their water consumption. Mm-hmm. And so what Golden State did is they actually just assigned a water budget and told everybody they had to reduce by 15%, which, the pros and cons of that is that somebody who's already retrofitted toilets and retrofitted the irrigation is being asked to do another 15%, where somebody hasn't done anything in the past presumably would have it easier. And then if you didn't meet that, then they passed along the same penalties from Metropolitan, which is the double and quadruple. And so So as far as Ventura County, they had, I would call, the most aggressive rate structure, but it was just a 15%. So if you'd used a lot in the past, so presumably it would take into account lot size. They had a lot of issues with that, probably a lot more complaints that they received. But on the other hand, they also had the highest water savings of anybody in the county. So they were saving about 24%. We made 16%. They were so successful with that 24% that they discontinued it last April. So for the last 2 months of the year that we were being checked, May and June, their savings went down to like 9%. And so I guess it told us a couple of things. You know, the economic incentive worked for them, and when I took that incentive away, their water use went back up dramatically. And so the water, you know, they kind of did a water budget, and for those who met it, they were probably satisfied, but the people that didn't meet it went over, and the penalties were pretty dissatisfied with it also.
Did any of the cities, when they were dealing with this issue, did any of them go out into the community and conduct, you know, for lack of a better description, seminars and public outreach to share the different proposals, the different perspectives? We deal with this stuff, I'm not going to say all the time, but we're certainly more familiar than your everyday person who just gets the water bill. I think just by your presentation tonight, the folks there see that there's a fair amount of complexity. It's not just simply the city is raising rates. But do you have any experience with cities going out into communities that are likely going to be negatively impacted by either a tiered system or a different type of system, and walking through the different options?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have or not. And you know, that type of thing may have happened down in Las Virgenes, because as I recall, they looked at some different rate structures and then they came back to that water budget. I'm not sure what level of outreach they did.
Right, and they got input from the folks that are actually going to be paying the bills and saying, you know, of the three choices, this seems to make the most sense for us.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they did that or not.
All right. Yeah. Is that something staff would be able to do moving forward?
Certainly. We could, if City Council at some point is interested in something other than a tiered rate, going to a water-based budget or the 15% across the board with penalties. There's some different options out there. Well, we did this last year. We brought in, I have to remember the name of our accountant consultant, Bartle Wells, sorry. And one of the reasons we used Bartle Wells is that they've done similar programs across the state. And so what we did is rely on their expertise a bit and say, okay, what of all the programs you've had experience with, which ones seem to be implemented relatively successfully, are the kind of the most commonly used, and that came back to the straight tiered system.
Right.
And,
although we didn't have a whole lot of folks in the audience when we talked about that system.
Right.
And I can recall that, at least from my perspective, I said the true test is going to be when folks get their water bills for a couple months. Then we're going to get very clear direction on whether it's working or not, at least from a certain perspective, and specifically people with large lots. So. I think we do need to hear from the community here tonight, but one of the things I think, might be of interest is when we take this public input as we move forward, going out and doing some community outreach and sharing the different type approaches that other municipalities have engaged in, so the folks that are actually paying the bills can see that there are a number of options and see what works best for the individual property owners. And I think, again, the folks we're going to hear from more often than not are those with the large lots.
Likely, yep.
All right. Thanks very much.
Ms. Spildale, opinion.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Watkins. My question is, the way that our rates are structured now, is someone who has just, say, a tenth of the size of a lot, the half acre, for example, does the same rate apply in terms of water usage to the person who has a tiny little lot compared to the one who happens to have horse property or just a large lot in general?
Yes. Yeah. If it's a single family residence, then they receive the same three-tiered structure regardless of the size of the lot. So it's similar to the way that I've made the analogy in the past, similar to the way Southern California Gas or Southern California Edison structures it. Basically looking at it saying, as you get a larger house or you get a larger lot, then you're going to anticipate that you're going to be using more electricity and more water, and you're going to be paying for it through those tiered rates.
And if we were to apply a different rate to large lots, would that then, for lack of a better word, be discriminating against those that have much, much smaller lots? Because would they be getting a better rate for water usage, in other words, is my question.
Well, to an extent, what you've got is a zero-sum game. There's a certain amount of water that we are buying and we have a tiered system that we pay to Cayugas. And so there's a certain amount of water that we're buying, and we have to recoup all of our expenses through our rates. And we're being told we have to conserve under the specter of large penalties. So if we had any piece of those penalties, that would have been a very bad thing. So the idea of the tiered rates is to encourage water conservation.
Okay, so
if we had a different rate structure and then we didn't meet our
if
goals,
large lots were to receive a better rate because they have large lots, then who would pay the difference?
Somebody else.
Who would have to absorb it?
It all depends on how you established your tiers. I mean, if you added another tier, then in one way or another, there's a fixed amount of cost that's going to be distributed amongst all those. So if you take it out of that one, you have to put it somewhere else. Put it in tier 2, put it in tier 1, it goes somewhere.
Okay. Do we have staff available that go out to inspect large lots to help them, to show them how to conserve water?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're more than happy to do that.
We do have that available not only large lots, but I think in general we discuss that. It doesn't matter what
we do
size lot.
Residential, commercial, anybody that calls us.
Okay, thank you.
Further? Okay, we do have speakers on this, and I was going to ask you, Mr. Watson, could you referred to your data with the comparison on Las Virgenes. Do you have Oak Park, Triumphal Sand, TSD's Oak Park water rate in comparison to ours from that 2009 or more recently, but the last one you have?
We do. Oak Park water was just slightly higher than the city of Thousand Oaks. So we were $69.86. They were $72.38.
Okay.
And then Cal American was above that, and Cal Water above that. And again, that's same September 2009.
Okay.
And that's a typical customer, right?
This is 23 HCF. So that's the average water use throughout our service area.
Okay. I'm going to start calling the speakers, but something that I would like you to keep in mind as the speakers come up, Mr. Watkins, is we have some residents that are very, very close to this situation because they've been directly impacted, and they've got some exorbitant water bills right now. And in your report, you mentioned that you're in the just approaching a time when you're going to do a reevaluation and a review of our program. And I was just wondering if there might be benefit. I recognize this is the worst time in the world to be impaneling boards, commissions, and panels. However, if we were to, because we're dealing with this now, appoint an ad hoc committee of residents from the city's service area that are directly affected by this, to serve a limited period of time to work with you to help evaluate, bring in their expertise, their awareness, the information they've accumulated, because I hear districts mentioned where they're obviously getting other information. These are people that know people throughout the state, and the information that would flow from that might be very beneficial. So if you would kind of keep that in mind as we go through this, I'll pick that up again when we conclude the speaker portion of this. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right, folks. Our first speaker this evening. Oh, I should mention also, I have 11 written statement cards, and trying to go through and which is pro, which is con, the consensus of the written statement cards is that the folks that have turned that, they want relief. The water bills are too high, and they want some sort of relief, and they want some sort of response, and which I think is going to be consistent with the public speakers that we hear coming up. So at that point, we'll call our first speaker. Madam City Clerk, well, how much time is allotted for each speaker? 3 minutes? Okay.
3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Ken Free, Mr. Free, if you'd come forward, and the second speaker will be Mr. Tony Ennis. We have 5 speaker cards, so if the next speakers would kind of move down and get behind the speaker, we can kind of move this along. I would also mention, I noticed when we first got started this evening, this isn't cutting into your time, Mr. Free. This is on my dime.
That's fine.
One of the things that we do, this is the people's house. And some people, it's not easy for them to come down and speak in public like this, also when there's several thousand people watching on television. So we ask you to restrain your enthusiasm for positions. We don't want speakers to be intimidated by applause, whistles, howls, and additional noise. We want to move this along in as orderly a manner as possible, but respecting the right of each speaker to come down and freely express their opinion. So if you would respect that, we'd all much appreciate it. Mr. Free, please.
Thank you very much. I do live in the Caneo Oaks neighborhood, and as you all know, Caneo Oaks neighborhood is part of the heart of Thousand Oaks. It's one of the grand neighborhoods starting in 1958. It did start with half-acre minimum lots. There are a lot of homes there that are on 3/4 acre or even acre lots. You can see it right there in the picture. Yeah. Okay. Next. We in our neighborhood have been impacted by the water rates. And here's a picture of my water bill, which is in your package. Basically, it shows $676 water bill. When I did a little bit of analysis work on it, it turns out that my usage had declined 10.5% from the prior year, and yet my water bill went up 54.4% for a 65-point swing. That was a lot higher than the alleged 32% that the city was supposed to be increasing water rates. So when I did a little further research, next please, we found out that the reason was the tiered rates. And on this schedule, which no one would be able to read because it's too small, but which you should have in your packet, do you not have it?
It's up there in council. You also have hard copies of, yeah.
Okay. And this is something that you can look at later. But the bottom line, what this shows, this potable water
on your
rate
screen.
Schedule, is it gives just the information that city staff was lacking. For example, you were asking about whether the Las Virgenes rates were higher or lower than Thousand Oaks. If you look in the last column, there's the Las Virgenes rates. Their tier 1 rate per HCF is $1.58. In Thousand Oaks, it's $3.04. That's a perfect example if you go down there line by line. My particular bill, if you translate it into water only without sewer and you take just the 7.1 rate increase, it's $648 in the city of Thousand Oaks. If I was in Westlake Village, I would have paid $301. So I'm paying 115% more than twice as much for the privilege of living in the city of Thousand Oaks, and drinking the same glass of water because the water comes from the same spot. It just goes through another intermediary, and we pay a lot more. Given the interest of time here, I wanted to show the next one, which is, no, not that one, just the petition. We have a petition. You have the original and copies of it there. I went of the 520 people in Conejo Oaks, went to 420 homes. 250 people answered the door. 98.8% of those people signed off on the petition. And what we're asking is that the City Council consider 3 alterations in its water policy. 1, to modify the tariff to reduce the disparate impact currently affecting Conejo Oaks. The second, to push back aggressively when the MWD wants to increase the rates. And third, to accelerate the plans to identify and develop long-term alternatives.
Thank you very much, Mr. Free. And also, I would mention, I don't know how many copies of these are out there, your bill and what have you, but I would ask the council or any place else, when you're done, return these to the city clerk. They have personal residence information on them, which we're sensitive to. We're sensitive about personal information.
Well, if you're talking about my bill, you have my permission to publish that. There's nothing on there that...
I know, but I want to make sure that there's some control put in, because it's personal information for you, and we don't want it broadly distributed.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Free. I'm sorry, Mr. Freed, just a moment, please. Ms. Bildale.
Good evening, Mr. Freed. Thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. The bill that you presented us tonight, is that, oh, it says bi-monthly. I finally found it. Thank you. That's for 2 months' worth of water usage, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions?
Mrs. Irwin.
But did you also look at the third purveyor in Thousand Oaks with your billing information, American Water?
Yes, their rate was equivalent, it was slightly different, but equivalent to Cal-American. So Cal-American was, the City of Thousand Oaks was 16% higher than Cal-American. The California Water Service Company, if that's the name of it, was just right on with Cal-American. And then, of course, the Las Virgenes was half the rates that the City of Thousand Oaks were.
And have, with, I know Ms. Bill de la Pena brought this up. I know you went to a lot of doors here. Did people know things about, like, let's say having the city come in and do a water survey to make sure there were no leaks? Did they check those type of things also? I mean, I could see consistently of huge bills, but did it seem like a lot of residents knew about the water surveys?
I never asked that particular question, but I certainly did talk about a lot of issues with a lot of people. The water bills ranged from $156 to over $1,600 for the 2-month period, and there were a lot of people that were shocked. There seemed to be trending points in the mid-400s and the mid-600s and about $800. So those, for some people, those were the points that their bills gravitated to. The people in the 800 and plus, they tended to have more lush lawns, as you would expect, although not in all cases. In some cases, they were simple ranch houses with simple lawns and not much going on, but they had big families, and that impacted them. I remember one instance where the bill was about $1,053, and the gentleman had 5 teenage children. And presumably that was the cause of most of his problems. There were a lot of seniors. Conejo Oaks is an older neighborhood. There are probably 25 to 33% of the residents that are seniors, probably above 70. A lot of the, not a lot, but probably 15 or 20 of the residents there are original home builders, because those were sold off as lots, most of them originally. And they're still there. And all the seniors are on fixed incomes, and this is a real burden to them. Many of the seniors, in fact, I would probably be so bold to say most of the seniors are abandoning their yards. They're just not watering it anymore. I can tell you all kinds of stories, because I've sat at the kitchen tables of these people, and they've shown me the bills. They've shown me where they were not able to pay the bills because their Social Security check wasn't big enough to pay it.
And so the residents think it would be more fair if they were recognized for conserving?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The story was told to me time and time again is we've been conserving forever. We keep cutting back. We took out the front yard. We put bushes there. And we're still, and now we've saved, even this last year, we've saved usage, and yet the bill has gone up dramatically. And it's reached the point that we can't afford to water on an exterior basis anymore.
Yeah, I can see that that's a frustration. Okay. Did you have
any other questions?
Just a minute, if you would, Ms. Bill de la Pena.
I wanted to follow up on some of the amounts that you mentioned. I see that somebody paid $1,500 and another person $1,600.
Yes.
What are those horse properties, or what are they?
No. Now, the $1,600 is a home with a broad sloping front yard. It does have a lot of grass, but because it's a sloping yard, he probably puts a lot of water on it and probably just runs right down. As far as I can tell, it doesn't run to the street, but it does some traveling. He has a pool in the back, not much going on in the pool. It's mainly a front yard. That's a $1,600 one.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further, if you don't mind, any further questions, Mr. Freed? All right. Mr. Freed, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tony Ennis, followed by Ron Boots. Good evening, Mr. Ennis.
Good evening, Mayor Gillette and council members and city staff. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Free, and he came and knocked on my door and told me my bill was going to go up. It had already gone up a little bit. It just had simply doubled. I didn't know it was going to quadruple, and that's what the next bill did. So now, instead of spending about $1,200 a year on water, we're going to be spending $7,200 a year on water, unless I can cut that usage down. I drove around my neighborhood just a few blocks today and started counting lots that are no longer being watered. I counted 8 lots, including one on my street. So that's the solution that a lot of people are starting to come to. When you look at the tiered system and you see where you stand in that system and recognize that I can't cut 30-40% of my water usage and get out of that tier, then you realize it doesn't matter what efforts you make, you're still going to be paying a huge water bill. So I think some work needs to be done on the tier system to make, at the very least, to make an incentive for people to make an effort to get their bill down as much as they can and maybe get out of that tier and get down to the next lower step, because you're talking 60 to 90 cents difference for each tier that you're in. Mr. Watkins, thank you very much for your explanation of all that you've gone through and that the staff has gone through, and I know that we're facing some wacky environmental people and judges in the state, and the problem is not going to get better. I am a native of California. I understand we live in a desert, and we got to pay for the water that we use. But I think there may be some problems with this system, and I hope that you can work on them and fix this thing so we have a little better chance of cutting down on the cost of the water that we're using. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ennis. Our next speaker is Ron Boots, Mr. Boots, and followed by Raymond Salkus. Good evening, sir. Would you please give your name and community of residence?
Ready?
Oh, yes, go.
Well, first of all, I just finished a delightful meal at Thousand Oaks' newest and best restaurant, Vitella's Italian restaurant down on the boulevard. It just opened today, and so good I had to give them a plug. So that's about the only thing that's happened to me that's good in the last several days since I started looking at these water bills. I've been gone for a couple of weeks at an international contest, and when I got home I started opening up mail I didn't have time to take care of before I left, and had a mild episode of some kind when I saw that I owed the city $582 thanks to the 3-tier system. I'm 79 years old. I live on Social Security and basically a small supplemental income. We put a lot of time and effort in civic affairs when we were younger and had younger children. I was on the original staff hired at Moore Park College. We built that college. I taught there for 39 years. And quite frankly, I'm considering leaving because things are getting just too out of line, and this is certainly one of them. We don't allow for any error with this system that's been levied upon us. 32% increase alone was quite an increase. That in itself was quite an increase. And I don't know what prompted, I assume you city council members approved the 3-tier system, did you not? Okay, you're going to answer for it because it is blatantly unfair. It reminds me that we've got a couple things going on in our country that are pretty upsetting anyway. We've got this redistribution of the wealth under Obamacare, and I think this is TO's version of it, where we're, as property owners, supporting the commercial people and various others. As far as using a lot of water, nobody gave any credence to renters. Why should they care how long a shower they take? The property owner's going to pay the bill, and they won't have the kinds of rates probably that we have to face because we try to keep our lawns looking good and various things like that. I think that the 32% increase in itself was enough. I think you should reconsider repealing the three-tier system. I think you should even make it retroactive to 2 billing payments ago. There should be some kind of forgiveness clause considered so that people, at least we can get our hearts pumping on the same rate that they should be after looking at these bills. We ask, where's the money going? Why do we need so much? I know a lot of it is meant to be punitive for people who do wastewater, and we see it. We see them washing their driveways. We see excessive watering of lawns and so forth. I don't. A lot of people I know got big bills don't. One of the first things I did was come over to the city and say, hey, something's wrong. Come out and check my meter. He was out today. And we had a very pleasant talk. A very professional young man was going over things with me. And I'm going to now start looking for any possible leaks. But I can't find any leaks, so I'm going to have to hire the professional person who finds these things and have them come out and try and find a leak. Because when you're alone, you don't do laundry as often.
Mr. Booth, you'll have to conclude your comments.
I beg your pardon?
You'll have to conclude your comments. Your time is up.
Oh, my time's up?
Yes, sir.
All right. Repeal the three-tier system.
Thank you very much, Mr. Booth. Raymond Salas? Followed by Randolph Pike.
Hi, I'm Raymond Sachs. I'm also Caneo Oaks resident. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Booth here. I've been in the city for almost 40 years. I have 3 comments to make. They're all related mostly to the tiered pricing structure. In a typical free market price structure for goods, the more you buy, the cheaper you get it for. You only have to look at Costco, for example, to see the benefits of a free market progressive price structure, where prices typically decrease for those who purchase more of a product. Then there's a less than free progressive price structure. These are monopolistic structures typically put forth by government entities and bureaucracies. These structures work the opposite of the free market system, where they penalize the consumer or producer for progressively increasing prices instead of decreasing prices. The rationale for these systems are typically political in nature, and they include reasons other than the legitimate cost of goods being bought or sold. They include subsidies for the lowest tiers and fines and punitive pricing for those who can ostensibly afford to pay the higher price tiers. Looking at the progressive structure on my bill, I'm led to believe that the cost of water in the city of Thousand Oaks is not fixed or even priced to the market. Its structure is based on the subsidy on the low side and the punitive pricing on the high side. I would like to have this explained to me, where these tiers come from and why. Why do we have a progressive and punitive pricing system for our water? 2, this is more specific to the inequity of the progressive pricing system. I know people in my neighborhood that support multiple generations in their homes. The city's tiered structure based on 1 water meter, 1 progressive tier, does not take into account the possibility of multi-generational living, which can be comfortably accomplished in homes in my neighborhood. In that, I would like the City Council to see that they are actually finding extended families with punitive water pricing by having large families living under 1 roof and using only 1 water meter. Caneo Oaks is comprised of properties that are often used to support large extended families. 3, Caneo Oaks in particular is somewhat unique in that the homes and the lots not only support large families but livestock. We are one of the few neighborhoods remaining in town that encourages the original intent of the community as a low-density semi-rural city. We own horses. These animals consume and require water above the city's structured tier system has allotted for a typical single-family residence. We use water not only for consumption, but for sanitation, dust, and erosion control. We would like nothing more than to be able to raise some of our own pasture grass for our animals. The city's tiered water price makes that prohibitive. Lastly, I'd like the council to take note that I can buy baled grass from Colorado that has been grown, harvested, and transported to California for less than what the water costs me to grow grass on my own yard. There's something wrong with how the city manages the costs and the pricing of this utility, and I'd like you to look into it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Randolph Pike. Mr. Pike?
Good evening. I'm a resident here in Thousand Oaks in the Caneo area as well. been a resident for a very short period of time, only 2 years. I took into account costs associated with the home when I purchased the home. At that time, I was not very active in the social environment or in the political arena here. So I didn't know that coming up was going to be an increase in the 32 range. This is a kind of a devastating thing for somebody who's purchased a home in the last couple of years. The economy of the country in general has, has caused it to be a very tough situation. And so I think that the three-tier rate that you currently have is something that is kind of pushy on the homeowners in general. Now, I took a moment this evening to look at the website, looked at Mr. Fox's statements of last year, and I agree. This is a very costly increase in a very traumatic environment for us, and I think that the water group or the function within the city of Thousand Oaks that controls that needs to rethink their process. Now, I understand that they're looking at more consultants and that just costs more, and I'm sorry that that's the case. Maybe the staff is not the right staff. They can't figure it out by themselves. But I think that overall there are a lot of other water districts in this state that have gone through this process beforehand. There are other water districts in San Diego County that have had issues like this, that the state has come in and made mandatory changes to them. They came through it without this type of increase to the consumers. The statement of, small lot, small house versus large lot, large house, that isn't always the case. There are a lot of homes in this area that are the original homes. I'm a second owner of the home. It was not modified much at all in the 35, 40 years that it's been in its place. And so it is a small 2,000 square foot home on a large lot. I did that because I'd like to have a little space between me and my neighbor. I like my neighbors generally, but my home is my home and their home is theirs. So we need to have some of that. If you have this environment where you're costing the people such a high level, you're going to see an increase of abandonment of the properties. That is going to perpetuate the loss of revenues in terms of your tax dollars, and this is going to be a spiraling effect in overall. You've already heard that from the people here in reference to you're going to push them out of the home. There are homes already in our area that are not up for sale and are not moving for a lot of other reasons. I realize I'm at 3 minutes, but I think that it's time that you need to rethink your structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. That concludes our speaker cards, and I did reference the written statement cards. This isn't a public hearing, but Mr. Watkins, do you have any response at this point, or do you want us to go to council comments?
Maybe just a quick few comments, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
First of all, staff, we don't disagree with many of the comments that were made. Water rates have been going up. That was part of what we presented to council last year. We saw them coming. We saw the big increases coming. And I guess I'd just like to remind council and the community that we do work through Cayugas, through Metropolitan and others, and it is a statewide issue. And so I don't disagree. The flat rate, the commercial rates also went up. Commercial rates over the same period of time on just a flat rate went up by about 36%. And so there are large increases every which way. And, as far as kind of one subsidizing another within the residential, everybody is subject to the Tier 1 and Tier 2. So while the Tier 3 rates are the highest, everybody does get the Tier 1 and the Tier 2. Some of Mr. Freeh's comments, I'd have to go through his examples with him because I didn't get this information handed to me until just on the dais here tonight. Glancing through it, it looks like, just glancing through it, there's some calculation errors as far as Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, because it shows all three tiers for us, but the calculation done for Las Virgenes only shows costs in the Tier 1 and Tier 2 range. But we're more than happy to go through this, and I'll be happy to meet with Mr. Freeh this evening after these items, just go through what is here. Based upon that, I would say in the short term, for everybody out there, we do have the water audits. We're happy to go out and do water audits. I'm sorry, we call them water surveys, not water audits. Okay. But we're happy to send somebody out to do those. And water conservation is a good option. looking at Eldorado Street, we did a quick review out there, and they're right. The water units used by, all the lots are basically the same size. They're all a half an acre lot. Huge disparity. The usage went from 16 to 191 HCF in a billing period. And so there is a dramatic difference. The average out there was running at about 93. And so, but a huge disparity, and understandingly, people using their lots in different ways, from horse property to fully landscaped and others. But there is a dramatic variance amongst lots, and that's what we see, and it's surprising to us throughout the community. Just another couple of comments looking through. I'll conclude my comments there. I'm happy to answer any further questions from City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. I'll tell you what, I'll start down at that end, Mr. Fox, and we'll just go down the road. Mr. Fox?
Yeah, Mr. Watkins, what I'm thinking about is, first, thanks everybody for your comments. I think this is really, from my perspective, why we should have City Council meetings in part, is to kind of collectively look at issues. Council did pass this tier structure, there's no doubt about it. When we did it, we had questions at the time, and we didn't know what we didn't know. And now we have information that's coming back that certainly is not unexpected. But I think the question now is, what are we going to do about it? With that as the preface, when we were talking about wastewater increases with respect to sewer bills, at the time I suggested that the Budget Task Force, I think we looked at the Budget Task Force to analyze the wastewater capital improvements. They looked at a number of different options, a number of different proposals, and if memory serves me correct, they brought back 3 different options for the City Council to look at with respect for how we were going to handle the increase for the capital improvements for our wastewater treatment plant. I think my perspective is that maybe we look at that model for water, in that we look at a water task force, if you will, made up of people from the community that represent a cross-section to sit down. I think today was kind of Water 101, but from my perspective, sit down with the staff. I think staff needs to do some analysis on what is working in other cities or not working in other cities relative to the large lots. Again, I said this early on, I'm saying it now. I think for the most part, even though you're dealing with a fixed pie, Mr. Watkins, other cities may have looked at this and mitigated, at least to some level, the impact on large lot property owners. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we got a lot of smart folks in the community. And I think the recommendation that we got from the Budget Task Force on our capital improvement for wastewater, that exact same model could be used with respect to our water rates. At the very minimum, I know we would get sound recommendations from a task force of this type. There would be greater understanding. It would be a very open and transparent process, so there would not be any question about what the city's doing or not doing with respect to our water fund. And to me, I think it's a first step. The question I have is, when was staff coming back to the council to deal with the next anticipated rate adjustment?
The next rate adjustment would be part of the budget process. So right. If there were another rate adjustment, it would be next July 1st.
Okay.
And so if you kind of
we deal with the budget, that's when the July goes into, we deal with the budget somewhere around March, don't we? Need to start dealing with March and April?
Shortly after the first of the year, City Council starts.
Okay. So there's ample time. For all intents and purposes, we're coming up on the holidays here. I think there's ample time to do the notice and to see if there's an interest, and then get recommendations back from the folks that are paying the bills on what their recommendations would be, how we tackle the problem. And so, but I'd like staff to do some analysis and investigation first on what's working in other cities. So those are essentially my comments. I don't know that, I think we got good exchange of information. If there's mathematical errors or whatever, I don't think now's the time to get into that issue. I think, from my perspective, I take testimony at face value, and there's a lot of sincerity here. But again, I don't think this is a surprise. I don't think anybody did anything wrong. We just need to hear and listen to the folks and see if there's a different way or another way to approach this issue. That's my perspective. And I'd be happy to make that motion, Mr. Gillette, at the end of questions.
Okay, keep in mind, this is a department report.
I get it.
Only, and other actions that we would have to come back to the council as quickly as possible. So keep the process in mind. Mrs. Bildale, opinion?
Thank you. I'm waiting for Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins. Instead of hiring a consultant to do a survey of how other municipalities or water districts charge their customers, is staff able to do a survey on your own?
Yeah, we could do the survey piece, and the consultant, when they come in, what they are is an independent accounting firm that comes in and kind of looks over the financials that the city does. And when City Council requested that way back when with wastewater, it was just to give some additional assurance to City Council that the projections that were put together have been, put together in accordance with sound accounting principles, and that the projections we have, the reserves we have, and everything else, it was just to give the council an additional level of comfort that we are on solid financial ground. And so, yeah, as far as looking at other agencies and see who's doing what, and kind of compiling some of the different methods, city staff is more than capable and happy to do that level of work.
Yeah, because I don't think, obviously, after hearing the testimony tonight, we probably didn't hear enough or didn't research wide enough an area in order to make a very good comparison as to how the other municipalities and districts are charging their customers. So the more we have to choose from, the better to see how they are dealing with large lots. And then also a budget task force was mentioned. Is it possible to, and I think it may have been mentioned earlier this evening, to have a group of staff members meeting with select citizens from the area to go over everything, maybe even have a community meeting in the neighborhood to get feedback as well as input before anything else happens, before any other approved water adjustment, so to speak.
I'm seeing my city manager waving at me here. Is that the
I was actually waving goodbye to the fire chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to preempt me. I wasn't sure what you're... Okay. Well, I can answer the question then. I'm sorry. Okay.
But we could... Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Okay.
We'll see how...
I think the other thing we need to be cautious with what the mayor's comments just were. The agendized item for this evening is to receive a report. What we want to do is give council an update on where we were from a conservation perspective, and then also to give the council an opportunity to hear what the impacts of water rates have been, because we've been hearing these complaints and interests, and so we wanted to make sure that city council had an idea to hear those. There's different things that can be done. Mr. Mitnick might comment. I'm not sure if there's other standing city committees. I know the Community Budget Task Force is no longer in existence. Maybe there is another relevant standing committee that's out there that could act in this stead, or maybe we have to do an ad hoc committee. I'm not sure.
Well, isn't
but that would be what we would bring back to City Council then for your blessing.
I don't know if the Budget Task Force is on standby and is able to be recalled, or did we already dismiss them? I'm not quite certain. We had the Residents Roundtable, and that is gone now, too. So I don't really want to wait until after the holidays. These people need financial relief probably sooner than later, and I think we need to bring this back ASAP with recommendations at the next council meeting, which is October 3rd? I'm not quite sure. But, I mean, when you're looking at a, $500 or $1,600 water bill, I think we need to look at this sooner. We cannot wait until next year. So that is just my recommendation. Whatever my colleagues whatever else they may recommend, I'm hopeful that it will be sooner than later.
I think there's no question of the sense of urgency that's brought forward. We're aware now of the issue, and we've heard the testimony of the real life circumstances, and I think staff has gotten a consensus from the council that I know the city manager has, and that will be reflected through the operating departments, to move as quickly and as responsibly as possible to make sure we comply with the law and do what we need to do to get this moving forward as quickly as possible. So Okay.
Want me to comment?
Mrs. Irwin.
Yeah, when we do look at these structures, I think that one of the things that the speakers talked about is rewarding conservation. If you work to cut your use by 20%, hopefully there's some sort of reward for that. But I do want to mention again what Mr. Fox said, that there is a certain pie that has to be paid. You know, the city isn't making any money on this. We can't use general fund to subsidize water. The water does have to be paid by the water users. But I think other cities might have looked at some way where it is more fairly distributed, where you don't see your bill. I mean, it's horrifying to hear somebody's bill quadrupled. I think that was certainly not the intent of these tiers. So I think you just have to look at what other cities' experience is and see what we can do with basically those increases that were that Cayugas and Metropolitan Water District passed on to us. And then I would also urge everybody that's here to, take advantage of at least the free service that we have immediately, while we're working out these rates, to make sure that that you're cutting down as much as you can. I know that in some examples, leaks have been found, and hopefully that will give you a little relief immediately.
If I could add real quick, Mrs. Helliwell did bring some sign-in sheets, and she'll have those in the lobby. So after this item, anybody that wants to sign up for a survey, we'll have a sheet available. Write down name, phone number, and we'll be happy to send somebody out.
Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, like the rest of my colleagues, am somewhat distressed by the impact on the water bills on our residents. Overriding the whole issue is the very dire need to conserve water. We have had a couple of court decisions that run against our getting a good supply of water. It's down to about 20% of what it should be. We're not likely to have new water found. And the fact that we had a 1% decrease, we beat the mandate by 1%, which really isn't much. We were told to reduce by 15, we reduced by 16, and that was in a very, very wet, very, very cool year. Just looking at the weather the last few days, I don't think that's what we've got in store for us. So conservation is still paramount, should be paramount in our minds. I live over in the same area y'all do, and I drive it a lot. And I will say, in my neighborhood, in your neighborhood, essentially every neighborhood I drive through in Thousand Oaks, I see free water running down the gutters, down the street. I think we can all conserve tremendously more, but by the same token, okay, all that being said, I think there's some sort of relief that needs to be found here. And I think that that's the will of the council, and we're going to do our darndest. Thank you.
Okay, any additional, Mr. Mayor?
Let me just ask Ms. Albano, with respect, and the agenda item tonight was to receive a report based on our water conservation history, and for staff to give us an update on where we're going from here. Would a motion to bring back a recommendation to appoint a task force, a water task force, would that not be in order tonight? We're here talking about water. We've had testimony. My question is to you, Ms. Albano.
I'd appreciate it if you'd answer that, because that's the same question you told me that. Please, go ahead.
No, what I was saying is I think the council can definitely ask us to bring that back as opposed to voting on doing that tonight. Okay. That's my distinction. So, and I don't even know that you have to do a motion. I think if staff says to you more, we've done this before, sort of get the advisory sense, consensus sense from the council, then I think the city manager wanted to jump in here, but we could say we will do this, and you don't even have to do the motion. If you understand what I'm saying. So
I'm not quite sure where everybody's, from my perspective, I've heard a number of different ideas. I'm pretty clear, I don't know where council is, I'm pretty clear, I want the residents' formal input by way of a task force. Mr. Watkins pointed out this water issue is not going away. It is a long-term issue, and I'm not looking at a quick fix. That might sound great. Yeah, we're going to lower your bills. That's, we need to look at this in a much more thoughtful, methodical way. It also doesn't need to take 6 months. My perspective is, again, I think we need a water task force. We need to do the notice with the residents, let those that want to participate, and provide them with the information and the data that the staff has, and ask the residents, specifically those who are paying the bill, which is what we did with wastewater, to make some recommendations to the city council. Because if you took nothing away from tonight, it's a complex issue, which most public policy issues are. It's not as simple as just raising the rates or lowering the rates, because there are unintended consequences, like a $3.7 million fine if the city doesn't meet its obligations, which of course gets passed on to the ratepayer, because the water fund has to pay for itself. And so it is a complex issue. I don't think it's something that lends itself to simply put it on the agenda and lower rates. There was very reasoned and thoughtful testimony tonight that was prepared. And from my perspective, it's worked in the past, and I think this is exactly the type of issue that we need to partner with the community on. And we've had very, very good results. So that's my perspective. And if you want me to agendize it for the next council meeting, then I think that might be the appropriate way to do it, rather than just refer to the city manager.
Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and staff, we've heard you loud and clear, and one suggestion would be, because the goal here is to work towards solutions, for us to come back, if we can do it by the next meeting on October 12th, and if for some reason we can't, no later than October 26th, with a game plan including the formation of a citizen ad hoc committee of some sort to address the issues raised, to make sure we have accurate and complete water survey data, to look at what the other cities are doing in their experiences, and we can summarize some of the challenges that the other communities have faced, and also summarize some of the success stories that are out there. But and it's essential that we have an apples-to-apples comparison. But I would request that you give us the opportunity to come back at the next council meeting, and no later than October 26th, with a potential game plan, including what you talked about here tonight. And we would also, it's critical that the folks that are still here, you stay after this item and work with the public works staff so we get your contact information and we schedule water surveys for your property. And for those of you who've already done that, we'd like to perhaps come out a second time. But we hear you loud and clear. We do want to work towards solutions, and we can prepare a game plan for council right away.
Mrs. Bill, please, sir. Mrs. Bill De La Pena.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the residents know, with the item being brought forth next month, either on the 12th or the 26th, should one of the recommendations be to establish a task force. I believe it needs to be advertised for a whole month, and then after that, there will be interviews for that to be on the committee. Is that how it works according to the Mwd Act? Will that, or if we do just an ad hoc, will it circumvent that requirement, state requirement?
Our standard is 30 days, but we can reduce that down to, I think, 10 days or so.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
And we'll clarify that in the staff report. We'll explain that whole process and what your options are. We'll give you a menu of options with a recommendation, and you tell us what you want to do. And we'll make sure we stay in contact with the folks who attended tonight, as well as those who've emailed or written letters or called us.
Okay, everybody. There is no question that we have a very significant, very important, and critical issue that has to be dealt with. And it has to be dealt with in as timely a manner as possible. Those two things coming together, and I think from that summation by the city manager, we have it. Okay, fine, all right. All right, but I still need a motion to receive and file the report.
I move that we receive and file the report, and that we incorporate comments from the council's direction to the city manager to bring back to the next available council meeting a road map and game plan on dealing with the tiered water rate.
Thank you. Comments to the motion? Seeing none, please vote.
The vote shows Councilmember Glancy dissenting. Is that inaccurate?
Push the wrong button.
It'll reflect 5-0.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Thank you all very much for taking the time to come down and talk to us, and we appreciate everything you put into making us aware on this. Mr. Kerr, thank you. Give those to the city clerk so they get logged in. So. If you have additional written comment cards, please take them over and give them to the city clerk so that they get logged in and properly accounted. Thank you.
Well, no, look at it. Okay, we'll talk. Okay.
That's what I was going to go back to, unless someone else has another idea.
Good advice.
Okay, we will resume our meeting. Item 8B, Perennial Water Quality Report. This is a public hearing. Would the city clerk please open the public hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B, the 2010 Triennial Water Quality Report. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council, and we have no comment cards, speaker cards.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. This report is by the Public Works Director, Mr. Watkins. Mr. Watkins, you're on again.
Still here, thank you. This item is the Triennial Water Quality Report, required by a state law that the City Council hold a public hearing every 3 years and accept public comments. This is different from the annual water quality report that most people are familiar with. So all of our water customers within the city and all of the water customers of our private water providers are used to receiving an annual water quality report. Usually it shows up in your bill. And that for us was done in May of this year. In the annual water quality report, we compare the quality of the water and various constituents to what are referred to as maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. And in this report, we compare them to public health goals. And so there are overlapping responsibilities and jurisdictions that we have to meet. This is the 5th report that we've done. This law was passed back in 1996, so we did previous hearings in 98 and then every 3 years after that. The water quality standards that we meet, that we send out in our water quality report, are established by the California Department of Public Health. In this case, the public health goals are set by the State Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And so they are different, and there's a big difference between a goal and a requirement. The goals are non-enforceable goals that are established to identify thresholds for health effects associated with various constituents in drinking water. The quality of the city water meets all state and federal maximum contaminant levels, that's what we were talking about before, the MCLs, for safe drinking water. And the difference between the MCLs and the public health goals is that the MCLs go through a process that consider best available technology, detection capability, available technology, cost, and our benefits, whereas the public health goals are purely based on potential health impacts. And so in that case, for example, under a goal, you might see a goal of 0, even though given current science, that goal might not be practical. And so nonetheless, we report that out to the City Council. We meet all 87 with the exception of 3. And those three are lead, arsenic, and bromate. It's important to note that there is no lead in the city's water supply. For lead, we have to test at the customer's tap. And so what we had to do was identify houses that were built very closely before lead was outlawed in copper and copper solder. And so we test those houses, and in those cases, we do find trace amounts of lead, and those folks are notified. For anybody that finds that has lead in their plumbing fixtures, they are advised to let the water run for the first time in the morning before using those fixtures. The other item that we find trace amounts is arsenic. Arsenic is naturally occurring. The maximum contaminant level is 10 parts per billion. We meet an average of 3.1, but public health goal was set at 0.004, or 4 parts per trillion. In that case, we're above that. The other one is bromate. Bromate is a naturally occurring byproduct of ozone disinfection and bromide in the drinking water. The bromide comes from that area where the salt and fresh waters interact in the delta. For constituents where a public health goal has not yet been developed by the state, then we have federal maximum contaminant level goals that also fall into place. There are two of those for which we received positive results. One is total coliform bacteria. Again, the public health goal on that was 0. We had one sample out of 780 tests positive. Upon the resample, it was negative. Not uncommon when you're taking that many samples that you're going to get a false positive, just due to the ubiquitous nature of coliform bacteria. And the other one was radionuclides and uranium. Again, the public health goal set at 0, and we meet the MCL of 15 with samples ranging from 0 and averaging at about 3.4. So with all public drinking water standards being met, an attempt to further reduce the level of constituents would potentially have uncertain results. So, for example, the bromate is formed through the ozone disinfection. If we use chloride disinfection, you might instead produce trihalomethanes. So with that, we recommend that the City Council accept public comment and receive the report with no further action, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Did you have something else to add to that? Anything else?
No.
Okay, fine. Questions of staff? There being none, we have no comment cards. There being none, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment? Well,
no, I didn't have a comment since there were no public cards. I just wanted to see whether we had a speaker, and if not, I was ready to make a motion regarding this item.
Okay, I'm about ready to close the public hearing, but I want to make sure that, no, there were no cards. So at this point, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll go to council discussion. Mrs. Bill De La Pena.
No discussion rather than a motion that I would like to propose to approve the staff recommendation, ordinance adding Chapter 3 and ordinance amending certain sections to be read by the city clerk.
Thank you very much. We have a motion. I'm sorry.
That's the one. Where's that from?
(8B).
Yes. The recommendation would be to receive the report and accept public comments, and that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. We're all set? Any additional comments to the motion? There being none, please vote.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Fox absent.
Thank you. Item 8C, adoption of construction and demolition debris recycling regulations and minor revisions to recycling permit process. This is a public hearing. Would the city clerk please open the hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8C, adoption of construction and demolition debris recycling regulations and minor revisions to recycling permit process. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing, and I have no speaker cards.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We have a report by the Public Works Director, Mr. Watkins, and also a senior analyst, Mr. John Brooks. Mr. Watkins?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. This is one of those programs that City Council has been very proud of over the year. This is This is part of our solid waste reduction program. This is an award-winning program. Our program is one of the ones that has been recognized by the state of California as a model program. So they basically point other cities to the city of Thousand Oaks and say, if you want to see how to do environmental programs, how to do solid waste programs, they are an excellent example, and they take a lot of the materials that we develop and actually put them on the state's website. These programs started back with the Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989 when they set what looked like an audacious goal of 50% diversion by 2000. Thousand Oaks met that goal and is now considerably higher than that. And so this is one more component of that overall program. I'm going to let Mr. Brooks walk you through the details of that, and we're all more than happy to answer any questions at the end. So, Mr. Brooks, if you would.
Thank you.
Button.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Let's see, move into, there we go. First, we'll talk about construction and demolition debris. And that's just a quick summary. It's excess or discarded materials from a construction or demolition project. So it could be either a remodel, a new addition, or sometimes a city project, paving in a road. There's leftover materials. And C&D materials can be a pretty significant contributor to the landfill. They're, by weight, fairly heavy. And the city has had a policy for a number of years requesting a minimum of 60% of C&D materials to be recycled or diverted from the landfill. And at the policy inception, the markets were a little shaky. As many of you are aware, recycling's come a long way in the last 20 years. At the start of a lot of these programs, the markets are shaky for those types of materials, and it takes a while for them to catch up and to provide some good diversion alternatives. And that's really where we're at today. Now we have the California Green Building Codes, which will take effect January 1, 2011. And the new code throughout the state will mandate all jurisdictions have a minimum of 50% C&D recycling. As you'll recall, we've had a voluntary goal of 60%. And the C&D markets have become much more established throughout the state, and now they're frequently cheaper than disposal, so there's not a price premium being paid by somebody for doing the right thing. More than 200 jurisdictions to date in California have some type of adopted ordinance. And locally here, Simi Valley Landfill now has a mixed C&D sorting area. Mixed C&D essentially allows a contractor to not have to segregate all their materials that they may take out of a construction site and take them to different locations. They can put it all together into one large roll-off or self-haul them to the landfill, and the landfill will segregate them for them through a separate C&D face. That's actually a picture of where they sort the materials. And I wouldn't have wanted to be out there yesterday, that's for sure. But in the same rate, it costs the same as solid waste disposal, and they've got an estimated 80% diversion rate through this system, so it's quite good. Other markets, locally here, Agriman, where you can do green or wood waste, and that's $34.45 a ton, or there's other alternatives. If you have rock, concrete, dirt, such as Tapo Canyon, $100, $150 for a total for a 10-wheeler, so it's not per ton, but that's the total load. So these markets are now pretty much throughout Ventura County. They're solid. And there's a lot of options for our residents and contractors to take C&D materials. The projects that would be covered are residential construction projects over 1,000 square foot. That would be a new build or a remodel or addition. And commercial over 2,000 square foot, as well as city contracted capital improvement projects that would generate over 5 tons of materials. There's also a clause in there that allows for exemptions for unique circumstances, realizing that there are different things that come up. There is an exclusion in here so that we can sign off if it just doesn't make sense for whatever reason and what they're doing. As we're moving forward with this proposal, the proposed ordinance, we did contact the Building Industry Association with letter, and I chatted with their representative for about a half an hour, and they didn't have any comments. We also notified the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce through the letter, and also I've talked to a number of contractors coming in for permits, informally surveying them about processes that they've seen in the city of Thousand Oaks and other jurisdictions, and getting ideas from them. One of the things that we do not require is a bond. Many jurisdictions require bonds of $5,000, $15,000, $20,000 and up to ensure that wait tickets come back. We've had some minor problems with this, but I think by better processing, having an easier form to comply with, and allowing them to comply through online methods, we'll be able to take care of this problem satisfactorily without requiring financial bonds. Now, switching gears here for a moment, we also have a change in recycling permits. You may recall some months back that we came forward with a permit to allow for recycling of cardboard at the mall, and this really is something that would probably be more appropriate for the city manager or designee to be able to sign off on, and that would be consistent with our recommendation that staff be allowed to sign off on these permits. They're pretty pedestrian in nature. They're strictly recycling materials. There's no charges involved. If they were non-exclusive haulers would be the ones that were allowed to charge for this material. These are exclusively for those that are picking up the materials for free. And one of the things that has come up recently, and you've probably seen a number of these, are the e-waste recycling events. And local nonprofits are now starting to promote these. I think last week or the weekend before, I drove by Newbury Park High School and saw that they were doing an e-waste event. And those really should also have a recycling permit so that we can ensure that the materials are taken to an appropriate location and appropriately handled. So we are also recommending that the fees be eliminated. Previously we charged $205. Last year we had a total of the one permit issued, which was to the cardboard recycler at the mall. But many of the folks that would be coming in now at this point will be the nonprofits, and frequently we'll be seeing them kind of at the last minute as we see the advertising until we get known out there. And so this wouldn't put an undue impediment on them, and with not having to come to council for the permit, it really is a nominal item for us to process. It doesn't take much effort at all. So with that, we'd make a recommendation that you adopt the resolution approving the C&D recycling ordinance and authorize the city manager to sign recycling permits, and adopt the resolution modifying the recycling permit fee. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brooks. Questions of staff. Mrs. Bill De La Pena.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Brooks. Thank you for your presentation. And before making the motion to approve staff recommendation, I wanted to ask you a question about the permit fee, which you touched upon briefly. $205 annually. You only issued one permit last year. To whom? I couldn't quite hear you.
I forgot the exact name, but there was a hauler that wanted to come in and recycle cardboard at the Oaks Mall. And so 3 or 4 months ago, we brought a permit before the council to allow them to do that. And
okay. What do you think is the reason that we only had one request for a permit?
I think it hasn't been followed up on with a number of the permitted haulers, if they're still out there. Non-exclusive haulers actually do have a permit system, which is different. This only covers those that are recycling for free. So I'm not sure how many are actually out there in the city right now actively taking materials and not charging.
Okay, so you're recommending that the city manager issue the permits, whichever, if we have any requests?
Yes.
And why do you think that more nonprofit organizations will actually take advantage of this now?
Well, I'm actually going to be contacting the nonprofits because e-waste, it would actually fall within this permitted. There's groups out there now approaching nonprofits and suggesting that they could make money. They could have a fundraiser by collecting e-waste, and the e-waste collector will come in and put it on for them, and they do the advertising. So at this point, we're now seeing these groups starting to come in within the city and conduct these activities, and those really should have a permit.
If I could, Councilmember, the situation we're in now is if we see an advertisement, for example, in the local newspaper advertising an e-waste collection for a local nonprofit, it puts us in a difficult spot because if we call them, we have to tell them not only do they have to get a permit from the city and they have to go to city council, which probably doesn't fit within their timeline, but they also then need to fill out some reports for us and pay us $200. So what we're trying to do is say, okay, we'll waive the fees. If we don't go to council, then there's not as much staff time. And so because of the way our fees are set up, we have to recover costs. And so this way, but we're obligated by the state to try to track all these wastes and know what those tonnages are so that we know where they're going. So this just kind of streamlines the whole process. It should really make it easier for everybody.
Absolutely, and I am prepared to make a motion if there are no further questions. Thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you, Ms. Bildin. Additional questions of staff? There being nothing, and we have no speakers, so at this time, I'll close the public hearing and open for council discussion or motion. Ms. Bildin.
Thank you. I move that we approve the ordinance adding Chapter 3 to Title 6, as well as ordinance amending certain sections, and the resolution modifying the permit fee for permitted recyclers as read by the city clerk.
Thank you very much. That would be recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Comments to the motion? There being none, please vote.
The motion carries 5-0, and the two ordinance titles is an ordinance adding Chapter 3 to Title 6 of the Code to establish regulations for construction and demolition waste management, and an ordinance amending Section 6-2.245, 6-2.302A, 6-2.306, and 6-2.308A of the Code authorizing city manager to approve certain permits for collection of recycling materials and green waste.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll now go to item 9B. Everyone in concurrence, that's where we're supposed to be? Thank you. Rancho Potrero reorganization, Mr. Prescott, Community Development Director. Good evening, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You have before you our report. Just a little background. Approximately 2 weeks ago, the city and Canal Recreation and Park District's proposal for annexation of the Rancho Potrero area and conforming sphere of influence amendments was presented to the Local Agency Formation Commission. We did have a positive recommendation from their staff, and that report is attached for reference to our report this evening. The commission took a vote on the matter, and the vote passed 3-1. However, LAFCO's rules of procedure require 4 affirmative votes for any action to go forward. LAFCO is a 7-member commission, and ordinarily all 7 members would be there. In fact, they actually have 4 alternates. There are different categories of membership in LAFCO, so that in most cases you will have a full commission. In this case, for a variety of reasons, there were only 4 people there and able to vote on the matter, and 3 of them were in favor of it, and the 4th one opposed it. We were then advised at the conclusion of the hearing by the staff and the chair of LAFCO that because of the LAFCO procedural rule, the matter was considered denied. There are two options that the city has for getting the matter back before LAFCO, and obviously staff feels very strongly that it's the right thing to do to get this back before LAFCO to attempt to get a decision by a majority of the body, 4 votes one way or 4 votes the other way. And one is a request for reconsideration. That needs to be filed within 30 days of the LAFCO decision, so that would be by October 15th. There is a filing fee for that, which is approximately $2,650, including deposit. We note in the report the findings that are required by LAFCO to grant reconsideration. If they do grant reconsideration, they would actually rehear the matter at that same meeting. We would be shooting for their next meeting, which is on November 17th. So we feel that's the preferred alternative because it's obviously the most efficient alternative, and we can get hopefully a full decision on the matter on the 17th of November. The other option, and we can pursue both at the same time, and that's what staff is recommending, is to, in the event reconsideration is not granted, to request a waiver of the one-year time limit on refiling an application that has been denied. And if we do that, the cost is $450 to bring that before LAFCO. It would be on the same agenda, the November 17th agenda. And then if LAFCO did waive that one-year limit, the city would be in a position in the Park District to refile essentially the same application. We would have to work out whether there would be new resolutions needed, new letters, et cetera. So that's more cumbersome, more bureaucratic, and not as simple, but it is the standard for granting that request is more general. It's just if LAFCO finds that that requirement to wait 1 year is detrimental to the public interest. So the findings they have to make to grant reconsideration are on paper a little bit tougher. There has to be some new evidence or newly discovered evidence or some new circumstance that didn't exist at the time or couldn't be determined at the time they made the original decision. And we'll be working with our partners at CRPD and MRCA to come through the matter and develop that information if we can. But our view is that really this was an anomaly. Ordinarily, you'll have a full commission there. We had a positive staff recommendation. And we would certainly want the city to do everything it could to try to get that full hearing. And accordingly, we're making the recommendation that you authorize us to move forward and appropriate the necessary money to go through this again at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Friedel, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anything at this point you wish to add?
I'm primarily here available for questions. I may, though, indicate that the Park District staff, working closely with COSCA staff, has put together a 60-page grant application for Nature Education Facility Prop 84 grant money. We're seeking $925,000 to implement the improvements in the Rancho Potrero specific plan, and I actually have the grant application here in front of me. And very briefly, the project includes construct new rustic shade structure, including interpretive kiosks, outdoor classroom, landscape picnic grove, and remote outdoor classroom, native plant garden, native grasslands, oak savanna, revegetation area, and improved sensitive resource area. And it will also include new public restrooms at 2 different locations, parking for 30 cars, including horse trailers, a riding corral, picnic table sites, and trailhead access. Based on the criteria for the grant, we feel very optimistic that our grant meets all of the criteria. I do want to point out some new information and information that I hope might be helpful in your consideration on whether to spend the money and put this right back in front of LAFCO quickly, is that in our grant application, we've indicated that COSCA would be the fee owner and that would occur by October 2010. That isn't probably possible at this point. We originally had our LAFCO meeting set for July, but hopefully if we can get this wrapped by November with the good works of MRCA and their director, Mr. Edmonston, we believe that we certainly can make a case to the state that Costco will in fact eventually own the property, and we will try to be getting the deed to the property even perhaps in advance of actually having it annexed, so that we can have all our T's crossed and I's dotted when the state grant reviewers look at it this fall. I'm available for questions.
Okay, can I just clarification? How much was the grant? How much is the grant for?
$925,000.
So close to $1 million.
That's right.
Is that grant at risk because of this delay?
You know, it's really hard to say.
This is from the state.
This is a state grant application. We have a 64-page, I believe, application, and you know, one line in there and one checkbox says Costco is the fee owner, and that you know, Costco will have ownership by the time that the grant award consideration occurs. So, you know, hopefully the state would, you know, not look at this before we actually have title and make some judgment without calling us first and kind of finding out whether we in fact should be able to get the property or actually have the property. But I can't say for certain whether this will affect our application.
It either could be in jeopardy or possibly, or we're hoping that it won't be.
We're hoping that it won't be.
Let me ask a couple of questions, if I may. Since I was one of the people that was involved in the initial purchase of that, was it 300 plus acres? How long? What was the date on that? When did that happen? Which year?
That was in 1993.
93. So we're talking 12 years ago. Actually, yeah, 12, 13 years ago. I'm sorry? 17 years ago. No. 17 years ago. And at that time, CRPD put in its 2.1 million. Is that correct?
I think they were 1.9.
1.9, and it was
city was $1 million.
Quimby money out of the settlement at Lake Sherwood, if I remember the source. And the city put in $1 million from the golf course fund, because the transmittal letter from the city manager and the general manager of the park district at that time said one of the alternatives for the property to save it from residential development, save it from development, was to the development of a municipal golf course as part of a larger recreational, outdoor recreational area. Is that fairly accurate?
Yes, that is. And further, if my recollection is correct, the proceeds, the net revenue of that golf course was to be used for open space acquisition and maintenance.
That's correct. That's correct. So 17 years later, right, this thing finally gets to LAFCO. LAFCO needs a majority of affirmative votes on a 7-member panel. That means 4, and it's defeated because 1 member. Was there any reason given as to why the reluctance? These are public hearings, so was there a reason why the 1 member was reluctant to support the transfer of this into city park district / Costco ownership?
Well, yeah, during the public hearing portion, there were some questions about the staff report indicating that Costco would own the property, but there was no specific condition or requirement from in the LAFCO annexation report resolution that would have required it to go to Costco, and so that was actually stated during the public hearing process. So one hope is that if we can secure the property, get it transferred now, even if we have to, for a very short window, pay property taxes on it, that would be enough new information for the full LAFCO board to really have an opportunity to reconsider it.
Okay, and the reason, I'm glad you mentioned that, the reason that MRCA, the Mountain Recreation Conservation Authority, was holding the property was if, as the purchasers, either the park district or the city, it would have been outside of our jurisdiction and we would have been required to pay property taxes on it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
17 years of property taxes on 300 and plus acres. Okay. And $2,650 to file for a reconsideration? That's accurate?
That's right. Of that, 900 is a deposit. The non-refundable part is 1,750, and then the deposit is 900 in case their actual costs go over 1,750.
Well, I'll tell you what, knowing the history of this and what's happened, it just sounds like public agencies, one public agency just messing with another one. I mean, I remember very specifically the conversations, the need to put together the money, to acquire it, to keep it from being developed, to keep the open space, to add to the open space ring around the city. Well, okay. Additional questions, Mrs. Irwin?
Yeah, actually, this whole thing really confuses me, too, considering I was on the committee and we had a lot of input from the community as to what we should do with the property. So what I want to know is, what is the role of LAFCO supposed to be, that our supervisor decided to vote against the recommendation of the city and CRPD and COSCA? What is the role of LAFCO?
Well, basically, I think, again, we had only 4 people there, and we feel that our proposal had merit, and we feel that it has a very good chance of being approved by LAFCO as a body if we can get enough people there that we can get 4 votes one way or the other. We only had 3 votes in favor, but we only had 1 vote against it, and I think it's just to me, it's I'm very involved in the planning of it. I have been since 1993, and in fact, I was involved with the planning of that property long before 1993. Hate to admit, but to me, it's a kind of a due process fairness issue. It's a very important issue to the city. It's a very important issue to the Park District, and it's really kind of because of a technicality and an anomaly that we didn't walk away with our approval 2 weeks ago. So we're trying to get it back just so we can get a hearing on the merits. But the role of LAFCO really is to look at the logical boundaries of local agencies. Every county has a LAFCO. They're established by state law, and the state law that governs LAFCOs runs to pages and pages and pages. But that's basically their purpose, and to prevent urban sprawl and things like that. LAFCO is not a land use control agency. In fact, the state law specifically states that the LAFCOs does not have the power to place conditions on any annexations to control land use. LAFCO does have the right to require, and even obligation to require, that cities pre-zone land, in other words, adopt zoning for that property that then will become effective once the annexation occurs, so that LAFCO knows what kind of land use is proposed, and they can look at it in the context of the policies they're required to enforce. And the city did comply with that. And in fact, the state law even states that the cities, once the property's been pre-zoned and an annexation's approved, then the city can't change that pre-zoning for 2 years without making some pretty substantial findings. So that's really kind of the role of LAFCO. It's not a land use regulatory agency like the city council is, or like the board of supervisors might be. It's more of an agency to look at logical boundaries. And the LAFCO staff report is attached to ours, so you can see the kind of factors that they evaluated, and they determined that our proposal was consistent with the LAFCO policies in these matters.
Okay, and this area is within our sphere of influence, and repeating again what the mayor said, between CRPD and the city, the residents of Thousand Oaks purchased this land.
That's correct in the sense that it's within the city's planning area, which is defined by our general plan. It's part of the Conejo Valley. It's a logical part of our community, and we are processing in conjunction with this annexation the sphere of influence amendments to both the Park District and the city itself.
So it's a question of who might better protect this land? Could that be a reason?
Well, I don't want to really speculate on what the reasons are. Again, we had a majority of the people on LAFCO who supported it, the people that were there. But the land use control is outside LAFCO's purview. It's in the purview of the city council, and basically I think I think part of the philosophy of our general plan was that there's a valley here, and we have pretty sort of finite boundaries. You go down the grade, that's somewhere else. You go across the county line, that's somewhere else. But this valley, it was the concept of a valley-wide city, and that the land use decisions within that valley would be made by the elected representatives, the 5 people that the people who live in this valley vote for.
Okay, and how many acres of open space does Casca manage right now?
Well, there's over 15,000 acres of open space in the valley, and of that, I think probably Casca manages maybe 11 or 12, about 12,000 acres.
And what type of protections would that land have, the Rancho Potrero, when we annex it?
Well, I think it has the protections of the, first of all, upon annexation, the intent would be, and it's actually in the specific plan, it's in the action that all the legislative bodies took, that the property would be transferred to Casca. And Casca's mission is to protect and maintain and acquire open space. Secondly, you have the specific plan that the City Council adopted upon annexation that becomes effective, because then the property would be within our legal jurisdiction. And that specific plan calls out basically open space for all of the property other than the existing equestrian center. Another level is the zoning of the property, which is consistent with the specific plan, and that zones the 306 acres as open space. And the city's open space zone is extremely restrictive. It doesn't allow any residential development or any basically institutional type development. It's just basically leave the land alone, and trailheads and kiosks and things like that. And then the general plan designation that the City Council adopted in the existing parks, golf courses, and open space category, that can't be changed. Land can't be taken out of that designation without a vote not only of the City Council, but also a vote of the electorate. And another protection we have is the city's urban restriction boundary, which is property is outside that now, and there is no proposal as part of this to expand that boundary, so that means it stays outside. It means the city cannot extend urban services to that in terms of like mainline sewers or anything like that, or allow urban development of that property. There's probably one or two others that
Measure E?
Measure E is, of course, a restriction on increasing commercial development or residential density above a level that existed back in '96.
So basically, once it's annexed into the city, it can only be developed with a vote of the City Council and a vote of the electorate.
Well, the City Council's already stated what should go there, and that's the specific plan that you adopted for open space. So to change, you're asking how to change that?
If some future council ever wanted to develop it, they would still need to get a vote of the electorate.
If it involved taking it out of that general plan category, or extending urban services, or residential development, or commercial development, yes.
And then what if the county, if it stayed in the county, which, I mean, is the other option, can the Board of Supervisors change the zoning on it if it's in the county?
Well, I think forgetting for the moment land ownership, who owns it, because, as a public agency, if Casca owned it, Casca is going to take care of it. But the county zoning and general plan designations that are on the property right now allow residential development on a very large lot basis. I think it's either in the, and it might be in the staff report here. Right, it's 40-acre minimum lots, so you could have like 7 houses, I guess, with 300 acres.
Really, my point on this is I think that the city and its residents are in the best position to guard this land, especially since they own it, and it is very disappointing to me that we even have to go for a reconsideration of this. Our supervisor should have trusted the residents of the city. So thank you very much for that information.
Thank you. Anything further? Ms. Spildale opinion. Did you have a comment? Oh, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to just make a quick comment before a question that it doesn't matter which council decides to change the zoning or the general plan designation. It doesn't have to be this council. It can be many, many councils years from now. With the pressures that we receive from the state to make land available to build affordable housing, eventually we may get to the point that we have to build where we don't want to build. However, I wanted to get back to Mr. Friedel's point about this new element or new evidence that is required by LAFCO to be considered for reconsideration. COSCA being or having ownership, how is that a new evidence?
Well, I think if I may, I think during the meeting we weren't able to produce a deed that said COSCA in fact owns the land. All we had was the statement in the staff report that in fact COSCA would eventually own the land. We believe that actually having deed in hand with the report would be a nice new piece of information that we may get all 7 LAFCO members to support the annexation request. And again, it's with the improvements that we've got proposed and the process that it's gone through, we've used Wildwood Park as an analogy. So if you're like Wildwood Park or Lang Ranch Open Space in Oak Brook, this is what we're trying to do in that location. So, you know, we think the fact that COSCA may very well have the deed by the time we file, that would be new information that would allow them to reconsider.
LAFCO really considers annexation to be necessary for urban improvement. That is usually the definition of the annexation, that they consider that to be used for urbanization. When you look that we might actually be building sewer lines into the park area for the restrooms, which I didn't want at all, and I think I made that very, very clear. I don't want any sewer lines or electric lines to interrupt the beautiful scenery over there. We should use other alternatives. That could be used as an example as to what annexation could potentially do. There is no doubt in my mind that everybody would like to have this preserved as open space. And it's not a question of our supervisor not trusting the people. Our supervisor has always been very, very open on her position and clear on her position that the line in the sand of urban sprawl, so to speak, should be Lynn Road. And she has stuck to that for over a decade and is not changing her position on that. And I admire her for that because of what annexation can potentially do. So to say that she doesn't trust the voters or residents is, in my opinion, not a fair statement. So, and regarding the cost of $3,100, I mean, we've waited 17 years for this. I mean, I'm wondering what is another year if we don't go through with this, and in fact, if LAFCO denies our request. I mean, and what would be another year?
Well, I think maybe I'm overstepping a bit, but I think it would be kind of a very, very unfortunate because we had a good application. It was supported by LAFCO staff. There were 4 people on the dais. It passed 3-1. It's just really, in my view, a technicality that did not constitute an approval. Had we gone at another meeting where there were 7 members there and they voted 4-3 against it, we wouldn't be we wouldn't bring it to the council. We'd go back and we'd look at what what we'd done wrong or what was wrong with it and try to fix it. But this is just a situation, I think, where it's really in our interest to try to get a full hearing on it.
Okay. Did you have a comment, Mr. Whitney?
Well, I was going to suggest what is the harm in waiting for a year? If I might, you guys do your goals and objectives. At the Park District, we do some similar planning exercises, and in anticipation of having an opportunity to have maybe these facilities built, our outdoor unit and planning and programming staff have been trying to develop programming similar to what we do in Wildwood with the Wildwood camps and at Oak Brook Regional in the Lang Ranch open space, those summer camps. So, we want to bring those camps to the Rancho Potrero, certainly, and this grant that we're hoping to get is actually supposed to be announced this fall. So this fall, winter, I think it says in the grant application. So we want to be able to make use of that grant.
Thank you, Mr. Friedel. Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Friedel, I'm glad you brought up the kids and access to the property, because I think that we oftentimes forget that that property really is for 130,000 people, and they should have access, and they ought to have God forbid, a bathroom. I have some real uncertainty or a question about what could have been going through the mind of the supervisor if her role is to judge the merits of an annexation, and she has a staff recommendation for approval, and it's a good application. What do you suppose she was thinking? Ms. Albano, can I? You're an attorney.
No, that would call for some form of speculation, and I don't think it's part of the official. I don't think it's part of the official record. So. Well,
then perhaps that'll be a transgression on my part, just to put out a question as to. I'm perplexed. I'm absolutely perplexed, because the record has shown that the city is far better qualified and far more successful in protecting open space and development thereon as the county is, because they certainly don't protect it. So I just have a big question mark about the whole shooting match. And as far as what does a year cost us an awful lot. In spite of your shaking your head. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, not me. No. Oh, thank you, Dr. Clancy. One question, Mr. Prescott. Were you folks told in advance, in preparation for this hearing, that it would take what the requirement was for votes on this thing? Were you told in advance, or have any idea how many members were going to be there? Or?
No, we were not explicitly told. It is in the LAFCO procedural handbook, but we were not told. At the hearing, the executive officer did come up to me. In fact, I had to wait a little while for the fourth person to get there, and told me that they were expecting a fifth member, and they thought that member was coming, but that member did not attend. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mitnick?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, all of us were caught off guard. We now know a great deal about LAFCO and how it works procedurally, which we did not know at that time. What we do, and we now understand that all of LAFCO's issues or items before it requires the four affirmative votes. What we do at the city level is if something's going to require a supermajority, or if there's only four or three of you here, we do point out that it will require the 3 or 4 votes if that is the case. Not that LAFCO did anything wrong, they did not, but had we known that going in, we probably would have requested a continuance to have a more to have a larger group there for the decision-making process. So we did, all of us, learn a lesson: CRPD, COSCA, city staff, MRCA, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Okay, so from my perspective, I want to just express appreciation to Mr. Friedel to your staff, to the board, Canal Recreation and Park District, Mr. Prescott, to you, to Mr. Town, to Mr. Mitnick, all of the staff people that came together. The meeting was in Ventura, correct? That trekked to Ventura, gave up a day to handle this, and now that process will be repeated at least once more with an extra $3,000 spent on it, which I realize that's a relatively small amount, but it's time, and it's time from people that have an awful lot of work to do and important issues to deal with. So what's the pleasure of the council? Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recommend staff recommendation points 1 and 2.
I have a motion for approval recommendations. Comment to the motion? Mrs. Bildo, opinion?
I initially did vote for the annexation, although I always had a concern about the fact that annexation by LAFCO is considered to be a step toward urbanization. That is just what state law definition is. And I am, again tonight, voting with the rest of my colleagues to spend $3,100 in order to get this reconsidered. But I am disturbed by the politicking that is going on when in fact it was a technicality and there was no certainty with how many members would be there. It doesn't help anyone to criticize our supervisor who was reelected by a landslide and defeated the opponent who was supported by this council majority. So I really dislike that. It has really absolutely no role in this at all. That's about all I have to say regarding this. And we'll see whether LAFCO will consider this, and they may just say, no, the evidence is not new, and we will have to reapply 1 year from now and wait anyway. So this is really a technicality, as Mr. Prescott said, and nothing else, and I completely understand our supervisor's position as well as the council's position. Thank you.
Thank you. Maker of the motion, any additional comment? There being none, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 9C, citywide goals and objectives, Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, with this item, it's the city organization's opportunity to present its report card to the city council and to the community as to how well the organization has done over the past year in terms of implementing your goals and objectives. And I'll give a very condensed version. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the efforts of Akbar Alakan. He's an intern in our office. He's sitting up there in the white shirt. This was his first project, or large project, and he did an outstanding job running with it. So, council, you're used to the format, and I'll just call your attention to page 2 or page 87 of the agenda packet, and that provides a summary of the outcome. So we provide to you the latest organizational chart, mission statement for the whole organization, customer service philosophy, which the council did reaffirm at your last study session on this issue. You had 10 priorities for this fiscal year, things for the organization to achieve, and that was broken up into 40 components, if you will. And we have a table there that illustrates our success rate in achieving those priorities, and essentially 65% or 26 of those components were completed, or they were completed for this year and they're ongoing for next year. And we have another 28% or 11 that are ongoing or in progress. And we had 3 or 7% that are on hold for a variety of reasons. So pretty good track record there. The stuff you told us to get done in the last fiscal year, which was fiscal year 2009-10, we hit that mark. As far as the 10 broad goals for the organization, those are further broken up into 294 specific objectives, and they're delineated in the book here. And we had a very similar success rate there. 65% or 190 of the specific objectives were either completed or they were completed during the fiscal year and they're ongoing for the current year that we're in. And then the numbers for the remaining are there as ongoing, in progress, and 9 or 3% are on hold for a variety of reasons. And we have some other tables and charts that allow you to look at it on a department-by-department basis. At the end of the book, we do provide detailed performance measures by program, or I should say by program division within each department. In the budget book for the 2 fiscal years, we have targets to achieve, and in this book here at the end, we do provide you with statistical data, lots of numbers and charts and stuff to show you how well we've done. In essence, most of the projections were met or were very close to meeting those. And a couple years ago or so, Council, you asked us to establish benchmarking so we could show you how we compare to other municipalities across a wide array of operations, such as police. What is our crime rate or our response time in comparison to other agencies? And we do provide that type of information. We are just getting started in that, and I do want to share with you that it was the collective goal of the executive team, all the department heads, to have a greater amount of benchmarking data. While we have a fair amount, because of the 15% reduction in the workforce and staff cuts and so on, we weren't able to devote as much time to that. We will hopefully, as our workload levels out, be able to provide you more benchmarking data going forward. And then finally, of course, we do provide a copy of the council norms. You did make some relative minor tweaks to that, and we do delineate that in the report, so you're reminded of what those norms are. So by and large, a very good report card for the last year. It also, this process illustrates, and we're especially proud of this, just how transparent, open, and accountable the organization is. It's how accountable the council is to the public, and how we as your staff are accountable to you. And we do use this process to rate the performance of the department heads and their employees. It also illustrates just how fiscally conservative the organization is. We live within our means. We don't spend more than we take in, and we have severely reduced the size of the organization and the staffing levels. So with that, staff is available for questions. If you have specific questions about specific pages or objectives in here, we also have all the department heads here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Questions of Mr. Mitnick? Okay. I need a receive and file, or motion to receive. Dr. Glancy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So move.
Any comment to the motion? Being none, please vote.
Mayor, we do have a speaker card for this item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Let's see. I apologize. I do have one speaker card on this item, so if you would hold. Thank you, Dr. Glancy. Jeffrey Bride. Mr. Bride, please. I apologize.
Mayor, Council, good evening, everyone. I'd like to direct your attention to something regarding the City Council goals. I come as a concerned citizen seeking explanation. In your top 10 goals, number B specifically says, operate the city government in a fiscally and managerially responsible and prudent manner to ensure that the city of Thousand Oaks remains one of California's most desirable places to live, work, visit, recreate, and raise a family. One of my first questions is, how is that a goal if a goal would have something that you can measure by with a date and an exact outcome? Wouldn't that be more of a purpose or a mission statement?
Mr. Mitnick, you want to respond to that, please?
Excellent.
I'm just thinking back to the hours of discussion that went into the formulation of this, public discussion at the off-site workshops and what have you. This wasn't something that an individual, this is a collective decision on the part of this council and extensive discussions and meetings over a long period of time. So, Mr. Mitnick, if you'd...
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think it's a very good question, because these are broad. Initially, it started out with 10 broad goals the goals themselves are not measurable. They're broad sort of statements, as you indicated, or purposes, and then within the broad goals there are specific objectives which are indeed measurable, and so the pages that follow that tab provide the specific data for the specific objectives. So it is intended to be a broad overlying goal, and that goal B really is talking about making sure that we're fiscally sound and applying appropriate managerial techniques and that type of thing.
And just a clarification, how are you defining fiscally responsible? Is there a number you had in mind, a percentage? Because if it's a goal, again, it's got to be there's accountability.
If I may, if you go through the specific objectives, it would pick on that and provide some examples, as well as performance measures at the end. We can look for specific ones here to illustrate that. Candy, if you want to help me zero in on some of those, or we'd be glad to sit down with you and walk you through it separately as a follow-up.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Mitnick, excuse me, sir. The report has been submitted, and I'm just trying to think where are we going and how much time are we going to use up on this unquestioned.
Well, I have a follow-up with a question and a statement. Based on this definition, have we been successful, and then how would you apply the spending of the lake parking spaces into this goal? Did it meet the goal or not?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, how do we measure our physical responsibility and so on? I will point out that we are audited on a regular basis every year, and we do have the reports that we submit. We have been reviewed by Standard & Poor's and received 5 bond rating upgrades over the last couple of years. With respect to the lakes, that may be one of the other goals under redevelopment or objectives under redevelopment, but you're talking about one example. The broad goal here is for the overall financial stewardship of the organization. So,
but you're only as strong as your weakest link.
It's a value statement.
Is that a question or just a statement?
Well, it's a statement.
An observation.
So, yeah.
Fine.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Now I'll go back to motion. Dr. Glancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my pleasure to recommend that we receive the report. I would like to say that if this organization weren't fiscally responsive, we couldn't take a $7 million hit and still have a balanced budget. Now, you can pick out small things. In order to be fiscally responsible, you have to not only use your money wisely, but you have to figure out where to put your money so that you can create more business, because business is going to be the lifeblood of us. So pick on the lakes parking, but we're very fiscally responsible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for that comment, Dr. Glancy. And I have a motion. I get, okay, comments to the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Item 10, redevelopment agency reports. We have none. Item 11, committee, commission, board reports. We have none. Council issues recommendations. Follow up on meetings attended by council member, League of California Cities Annual Conference, San Diego. Dr. Glancy, you want to give a report on that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I recently attended the League of California Cities along with a couple of colleagues down in San Diego. I attended a policy committee meeting of Housing Community Economic Development, discussing the upcoming resolutions in the League. A lot of the League's business at this meeting centered on doing what we can to fix California, because California is completely broken, and as long as they have to rely on the local communities to balance their budgets, we're going to have $7 million hits every year. So we discussed the resolutions. I went to Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee also, and we discussed resolutions again. So it was a very, very big part of the conference. The league did look at 5 resolutions, passing them ultimately on the last day of the business. There were good speakers, one of which was the dog whisperer, who proposed that he could employ the techniques used for his working with dogs to managing business groups. And I think that he could probably do a pretty good job. I did want to ask the question, but didn't have a chance, whether his techniques would work on cats also. But my feeling is probably cats were too independent. Regardless, it was a very informative meeting, and there was a lot of work associated with it. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I recommend we receive the report.
Thank you. I have a motion to receive. Comments to the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 13, City Manager. Follow-up on requests from the public and announcements of upcoming issues.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, by way of follow-up, at the beginning of the meeting under public comments, an individual spoke about why we perhaps are not posting things on the web. And as it turns out, our public information officer did meet with him tonight, and we actually did post that information the day after the last council meeting, and that was pointed out to him. But we'll continue to reach out with that individual and be as helpful as we can to point out where the items are posted. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to navigate the web, our website, because there's so much information on there. On the water stuff, we will follow up, and I was looking at the schedule, and I think we can get it on there for October 12th. Mr. Watkins is nodding affirmatively, so that's what we will work toward. I do want to use this as an opportunity for the City Council. Southern California Edison is moving toward installing smart meters in residential houses throughout Southern California, and this same type of situation will present itself for homeowners in a few years, and they will see their rates skyrocket in many cases, especially those with families or young children at home during the weekdays. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. On the goals, the individual did ask a question about a redevelopment project, and the assistant city manager myself will follow up tomorrow or as soon as we can with that individual. I actually found where that is in the booklet, so we'll gladly follow up with that gentleman. By way of upcoming council meetings, the next meeting will be on October 12th, and I mentioned that we will put the water rate issue follow-up on that, and we'll move as quickly as we can to come up with solutions for the council and the community. We also have an update on our environmental programs. Public Works will be doing that, and also an update on the federal stimulus funding and certain requirements. We have been very successful in lobbying for and obtaining federal funding, and we have an update that we have to provide. And then the next meeting will be after that on October 26th. So I believe that's it by way of City Manager follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Item 14, closed session, City Council conference room. Mrs. Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the public, and staff. Council will be going into closed session, public employee performance evaluation, the city attorney, and also on the city manager, both pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957, conference with labor negotiators, city designated representative, mayor, and the human resource director, unrepresented employees, city attorney, and city manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957.6. There will not be a need to report anything out after those closed sessions.
Thank you, Mrs. Albano. Item 15, we'll get to our adjournment. Excuse me. This evening, we have 2 items contained in our adjournment. Our first adjournment is in memory of a longtime Civic Arts Plaza volunteer, Phyllis Zerg. Since 1996, Phyllis has worked at City Hall welcome desk, assisted with phones, and provided support to several departments. Born in Los Angeles, Phyllis graduated from John Marshall High School. From there, she attended LA Community College and eventually became co-owner of a furniture and design business. In 1948, Phyllis married Jerry Zerg, and together they had 2 children. Phyllis was very active throughout her life In her 70s, she became a professional baker and was famous for selling pastries to local coffee shops. She was known for her fantastic cooking, excellent bridge skills, and her devotion to our local library. Phyllis will be deeply missed by all, including the City Hall family. On behalf of the Thousand Oaks City Council, we'd like to express our sincerest sympathies to the Zerg family. Our concluding adjournment is in memory of a legendary jazz musician, William Mercel Buddy Collette. In 1997, this versatile and talented professional musician appeared in the Cavalier Theater in his show Jazz for Thousand Oaks. As the executive director, Buddy presented a signed score of his composition, Jazz for Thousand Oaks, to our community. This is the original score. You can hold. And I think you can hear the music, his music in the background. Buddy, born in 1921 in the Watts district of Los Angeles, formed his first jazz ensemble when he was 12. He served in the military during World War II and eventually returned to Los Angeles and his music. He was offered several lucrative gigs in New York, however, Buddy chose to remain in his hometown. Buddy was one of the first African Americans to perform in a television studio band, appearing on the Groucho Marx show, You Bet Your Life. And he was a pioneer civil rights activist working to desegregate the musicians union in Los Angeles. Professionally, Buddy was known for his mastery of the saxophone, his compositional talents, and his role as an educator. To those who knew him, Buddy was appreciated for his gentle, friendly demeanor and his dedication to fostering and preserving the American tradition of jazz. Buddy was brought to our community through longtime residents and jazz enthusiasts Mary Claire and John Slice. Working with the American Association of University Women, residents enjoyed 7 seasons of jazz spectaculars. On behalf of the city of Thousand Oaks, we send our deepest condolences to the Collette family. Tonight, we'll close our meeting with the composition that this great musician dedicated to our community, Jazz for Thousand Oaks. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.